All right. All right, everything should be good to go. How are we doing today, everybody? I am pumped. I am pumped for today. Make sure I got YouTube chat up as well. Hello, Twitch. Hello, YouTube. Big day here today. Big day here today. This is probably the biggest series of the OQs, at least in my opinion, looking down. Am I doing Citadel again because they're NACL? I am, Cubby, yes. I will be doing Citadel today. I'll just be doing it alongside the main broadcast. But, I'm pumped. I'm excited. I think this is the biggest series the rest of the tournament, from my perspective. I think the winner of this has a pretty good shot of being the team that ends up qualifying for the NACL. Now, obviously, there are still other good teams here. Like, Tempest is still really good. St. Clair has been really, really good. Ducky Getters is a good team. We saw what Dog Fans and Friendly Fellas were able to do. Let's go ahead and show you guys the bracket. We can move over to that. Hopefully audio's good. If music's too loud or if I'm too quiet, just let me know. But let's flip over to... we can flip over to here. And we've got the bracket. We've got who's left at the very least. Of course, last weekend, we had our first main qualification. We had Near Airport, 3-0 Friendly Fellas. We had Apex Mission Impossible take the 3-2 over Dog Fans. If you guys weren't watching the Salty Runback stream last weekend for Near Airport and Friendly Fellas, I was on the desk as an analyst. Highly recommend you check out the VOD if you haven't seen it. But, of course, Near Airport and Apex Mission Impossible, the first two teams to qualify for the NACL out of the OQs, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. There's still one spot remaining, though, and it will go to one of the teams down here that are left. Definitely a bit of a gauntlet. You didn't want to be down here in the lower bracket, and if you did, you probably wanted to lose that, like, qualification series because of just how much further ahead it ends up putting you. As you can see, like, these teams don't even play until tomorrow. So, these 8 teams that end up playing today, Tempest, St. Clair, Dorado and Fisher, Respawned and Citadel, and Ducky Getters, and PePeLaaLaa, they all, if they are going to make it, they got to win twice today and twice tomorrow, including a best of 5, which is just a lot of games. But obviously, any team that's gotten this far in the OQs can do it. Nobody is too weak or anything to do that. I think that's been the fun part about this tournament so far, is like just how high the level of play has been. I've been very impressed with just how good all of these teams have been. Just how many good teams I think we have. Of course, I'm sure you're still familiar with Respawn, but we will get more intimately familiar with them as we continue to go along. This team is very good. They are definitely one of the best teams in this tournament. They've had a couple flaws, but for the most part, they were, rolling. They were doing totally fine through the bracket. They didn't drop a single game up until they got to Near Airport. And then Near Airport ends up 2-0ing, and it's like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the expected outcome, especially with how well Near Airport ended up playing throughout the entire bracket. They didn't drop a single game. Like, Respawn losing 2-0 to them, it's not a bad result. Like, they beat some good teams on the way there. They beat Saving Private Dozer, which I think is, a good team to beat here, Winx Goblins. But obviously, this is the big challenge, right? This is the big one. I think quickly looking at some of the other matchups, Tempest and St. Clair, obviously Tempest is pretty favored there. I think a lot of people are going to consider Tempest to be pretty big favorites in that series. But St. Clair's been good. St. Clair actually played really well last weekend against Fantastic Five. I was really impressed by that. Dorado and Fisher. This one I'm very intrigued in because Dorado's been doing really well at this tournament. Obviously got knocked out by Apex, but took down Galaxy 2-1, which was like the big tournament. I'm not going to say like the big tournament upset. There's been quite a few big tournament upsets, but that was certainly one of them. And Fisher is also a team that I just don't think a lot of people expected to be here. I've always been higher on Fisher. I think that they have been a good team. I think that series could go either way. I think Dorado obviously are going to be favorites, but I think either team could win that. And then Ducky Getters versus PePeLaaLaa. You'd have to imagine Ducky Getters are better. They ended up getting knocked out up here against Friendly Fellas in a 2-1. Very close series. But, you know, they took down Slated 6 to get here. They took down Calamity to get here. They've beaten some good teams as well. So it's not just, you know, Tempest, Respawn, and Citadel are the only teams remaining that are good. Like, all of the teams that are left here are very good. And that's not even talking about Friendly Fellas and Dog Fans, who were one series away from qualifying for the NACL. Dog Fans in particular was one game away from qualifying for the NACL. So, like, they still have a lot of chances to be super good. You know, this isn't exactly like a walk in the park for anybody. But I definitely think in terms of expectations, the expectation is that Respawn and Citadel are going to be probably the two best teams here. And Tempest, I think, would be there as well. But especially in terms of recent form, like, Respawn has only lost to Near Airport. Citadel only ever lost to Friendly Fellas, and that was, you know, right at the beginning of the tournament before they had a ton of time to gel. They've gotten better game over game. So I think that there is a lot of reason to be excited about what this team could do. And if like in this best of 3 we come out and we see like a dominant 2-0, like that to me is one of those signs that like, oh, okay, one of these teams is just like the best team in the bottom side of the bracket. Like if one of these teams is way better than the other, that is very telling, because I do think that these are two of, at the bare minimum, the top 3 teams left in the tournament. But I would love to hear what you guys think. Do you guys agree with me? Do you think there's anybody I'm not giving enough credit to? Definitely curious to hear that. High chance they're in draft right now. I should also note, actually, I probably can pull up the official NACL stream. I believe we're allowed to co-stream it this weekend because of two teams that hit. Apologies. I believe we're allowed to co-stream it this weekend because there's less games, and they are also covering Respawn and Citadel. If you're actively watching me cover it, I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. But I am the official co-streamer for Citadel Gaming, so. Let's see. Once they get into draft on stream, then I'll switch it over to that. We can keep looking at the bracket, I guess. Nothing wrong with that. I can pop this out. Or I can't. That's fine too. Twitch is acting up today. Indeed. We can keep looking at the bracket. Sorry, this setup's not the most conducive to seeing my second monitor, so sometimes it takes a second for me to click things there. I'm sure there's a more efficient way to do this, but yeah, I'm very excited. Very, very excited. Either way, we'll be in game shortly. As far as I'm aware, I'm going to have to spectate from friends list, which is fine, but it means we're not going to be in there for draft. But I'm definitely excited to see what happens elsewhere around the OQs. I guess the point I wanted to make was, it, like, as much as Respawn and Citadel is very much like the series of the first part of today, I think the rest of the series are also very intriguing, very worth watching. And I'm excited to go back and watch them tomorrow or a couple of days later, you know, get a full picture of them. But today is all about Respawn and Citadel. Yep, just checking things out. Should all be good here. And again, let me know if audio is, like, bad. I'm gonna assume audio is good if nobody says anything. But welcome, everybody. Again, thank you if you're watching this stream. Because I know I'm competing against the main broadcast here, so anybody watching this one, I appreciate it. I can be a little bit more of a Citadel homer in this one because there is an official broadcast. Or at least that's how my brain ends up working. That's how I end up thinking about it. But, yeah, I am very excited. I'm trying to think about what the keys to this series would be. I guess we can just pull up... Does Aegis have their thing up still? The unofficial match data? I think they had an updated version. See if I can find that real quick. I think I got it here. Yeah, we can make a copy here. Appreciate the patience as I set this up. Again, it's going to be a little bit more scuffed for the first series today because I don't get a spectator slot. So I'm not involved in draft or anything like that as it's going on. But we're still going to be here for the games. And that's the important part. All right. We're going to clear all these. We are going to select just the two teams that we're looking at here today. All right. Let's switch over to it again. You guys should have the Aegis thing up. Basically, what we're looking at is the fact that, generally speaking, Citadel has been phenomenal in the second part of this year. And Respawn should not be considered bad either. Basically, every single player in this game, based off of Aegis rating, is over, like, top 150 in this tournament, which is pretty ridiculous. And especially when you look at, like, the rest of the bracket. Like, again, I think there is a real argument to be made that these are the two best teams left. They're in Champ Select. It seems like they're doing it in client, which is really cool. Let me make sure that it's happening like that. Yeah, they're doing it in client up on the NACL stream. I don't think I'll get in trouble by showing this, so I'm going to. If I can't, then Maddie can yell at me in chat. But I'm pretty sure I can get away with this because there's so few games. But we got draft coming in here. Looks like it's going to be the Ezreal first pick for Sushi on the side of Respawn. Respawn also getting blue for game one. Them selecting blue. They had side selection for this because they're coming down from the upper bracket later on, obviously. So they end up grabbing the side selection. They take the blue side here. And it's going to be Ezreal and then Varus as the counter. I think this is fine. I've criticized the Varus counter pick, or the Ezreal into Varus matchup before on this channel, on the YouTube in particular. Because I think Ezreal just kind of is better in that. I think generally he has more combat power in the mid game when you want to fight around a lot of these objectives. But when you look at a lot of things that are taken off the board at this point, you know, Ashe, Kalista, Sejuani as the first bans coming in from the side of Respawn, I think make a lot of sense with just how Citadel have wanted to play the game. I think the Ashe ban in particular, like that's been a huge one for Citadel. They've loved to be able to control the game with Instinct kind of just being a playmaker and on more of a playmaking type of champion. And then Sejuani is just so consistent. Armeo is very good at it. But Armeo is going to opt in, or Armeo is going to opt into the Volibear. I don't know why I thought I had that wrong for a second. He's played a ton of Volibear at this tournament. It's actually been staggering how many games of volley he's ended up playing, so they clearly like this champ as a good setup champ. Mbessa coming in for Lawrence on the other side as well. Mbessa pretty consistent. If they pair this up with the Zyra, this is a very aggressive draft, but again, this is also very Respawn. This is the kind of jungler and the kind of comp that they want to build around Chad in particular. And at least for now, it's going to be the Renekton hover, it would seem. And it will be the Renekton lock-in. I think a lot of people would be very excited to see that for Philip. Shout out Shochi, he's live. If you guys want to go check him out, he's playing in this game. We have not seen what he is playing just quite yet, but clearly draft is over for them. It's going to be the second rotation of bans here. The Yone going to be the first thing taken off the board. I didn't even talk about the first rotation bans for Citadel. It's the Karma, it's the Jace, and it's the Corki coming in from them. Again, all of these make a ton of sense. The Karma is a bit of a problem to deal with early on in lane. Jace is incredibly strong. Corki has had, I think, the most presence and one of the highest win rates at the entire tournament when you look at all of the champions. And so, you know, taking it away on red side does make sense. It does feel kind of first pickable at the level we're at least in terms of the results. Most of that's going to be in the bot lane. I would imagine that's more of a ban for Sushi. But the Yone and the Orianna are the first two things taken away in second rotation. Orianna makes sense. Bradley definitely loves more of the control mage type of style. What's really impressed me about Bradley is his consistent ability to be able to generate gold leads. It's been really, really impressive how consistently he's been able to do that. It's going to be the Zed takeaway. So really targeting down Shochi in the draft phase here. The Yone, the Zed definitely feel like the options, and the Azir and the Orianna taken away from Bradley. Still leaves a lot of comfort picks up for both of these players. Obviously, if you want to go entirely for comfort, you've got things like Cassiopeia for Bradley that he loves to play. You have things like Akshan for Shochi that he really likes to play. So there are plenty of comfort picks that are definitely still up and alive for these two teams. We'll have to see if they want to go for them. It looks like it might be a different control mage here. It is going to be the Victor lock coming in on red side here. And once again, Victor, probably one of the more consistent AP mages right now, just is in a really good spot, especially because this is on live, where a lot of the mages that we've seen recently across pro play have been nerfed. Victor continues to stand into a pretty good spot, all things considered. And again, this is a very comfortable comp for Citadel. I'm sure they're talking similar things, just saying in game one, we just want to get all the picks we feel comfortable on, and it's going to be the Ziggs coming out. And with Ezreal already locked, that is a mid lane Ziggs for Shochi, presumably. Presumably Ezreal's not going somewhere fancy. And so that's definitely interesting as an answer to Victor. I definitely don't hate it. They have a ton of poke, like Ziggs, Ezreal, even Zyra can really add on to that. There's a lot of ways to be able to poke down the enemy team there, and that's definitely going to be a big like ideological thing for them, I would say, throughout this game. But it's going to be the Rel as the final pickup for Mixture to kind of tie everything together. I like this. I think for Respawn, it's, again, I'm not going to say it's full comfort because you don't have Shochi on something super aggro, and Chad, I think, also prefers to play a lot more aggressive in terms of like a skirmishing type of jungler, but Zyra does fit the style of wanting to get an early lead. It looks like it's just going to be the other kind of primary support option on this patch, the Rakan being the answer. I think these two comps are kind of similar. I like Citadel's more. I know I'm a little biased in that regard, but I think I do like Citadel's draft more here. I think you have more options. I specifically think like the solo lane options are just really strong. I think Victor was a nice blind pick, and I'm not sure Ziggs is going to be able to push that kind of tempo in the early game. I think Volibear really helps out mid lane in this instance because Ziggs doesn't really have an easy way to deal with Volibear, and Renekton should just be able to beat Ambessa, especially in terms of priority in the early part of the game. We'll go ahead and switch over here to BRB. We don't want to freeload too long off of the broadcast. But once they get into game officially, once I can spectate, I'll hop over to that. We will hop into that. We can actually just keep the bracket up in the meantime. Wish I had a way to continuously show you guys the draft, but I do not, unfortunately. So we can't sit here and talk about the draft with it on screen for 3 minutes, but I can just kind of give my thoughts on it. I think for win conditions, like so much poke, so much siege, obviously coming in from the side of Respawn, that's their win condition in this game. Is playing around Ziggs Ezreal and just hoping you can poke out every fight. For the most part, to make that work, you're probably going to have to get some sort of lead. I think you do have a little bit of an engage problem on the side of Citadel later on in the game. Like, your front to back isn't super consistent. Victor and Varus can be primary options. I just don't know if that's going to be the most consistent way in the world to win the game. Let's see if we can spectate here. We can. Okay, so let's move this over here. You guys should be able to see it. And let's go to this. Perfect. So now I can talk about it as we go along. But like I was saying, I do think that this is a draft that to me favors Citadel so long as they are able to capitalize on their winning matchups. I think Bradley and Philip are in important spots this game. I think Armeo is in an important spot this game. Really, the only lane that I think has the onus taken off of it is bot lane, which is kind of good because Instinct has been awesome at this tournament. In terms of, like, raw production, he's probably been, like, a top 1 or a top 2 player at this tournament. He's actually been unreal. So hopefully that's the kind of performance we're getting here today. Again, I have the ability to be a bit more of a homer for Citadel because the main broadcast is broadcasting this one, so... But yeah, let me know what you guys think of the draft. Curious to know your thoughts and opinions. Definitely curious. Let me just make sure I got YouTube chat set up as well. Yep, we're all good there. All right. Should be ready. But yeah, I think Armeo is going to have to do a lot in the early game. Honestly, I don't think either of these teams has like the easiest win condition in the world. Neither of them just picked like a pure engage style front to back comp. I think maybe you have a bit more damage on the side of Respawn as the game goes along, but it's like so narrow in that department. And honestly, for me, what I'm worried about for Respawn is the fact that I don't really know how you skirmish if you don't have a lead. Like, I don't know how you ever fight like 3v3 or 4v4 over objectives if you don't have gold. Because you have no real way to actually get in a lot of these situations. Like, you can poke out if you're first, but map rotations are going to be super important, I think, for Respawn here. And then, again, like I said, for Citadel, you have a bunch of options in the late game. I think if you have a big gold lead, then you can play front to back because Victor and Varus are very scary, and Volibear and Rakan are going to make that a little bit more difficult to just bypass. But I worry about the lack of, like, true frontline on Citadel, which leads me to believe that playing more of a split push style late game is probably going to be a bit more consistent for them. At least that's what I would be saying if I were coaching here. I definitely think they could play it, but I don't think they have to here. So looks like we'll be jumping in just a second. We're going to mute that lo-fi. We're going to go here. And I believe we're going to have to switch these around. Totally fine. But we're jumping into game number 1. Uh-oh. My bad. Respawn has gone. Respawn has gone. Hold on. Let me get this set up for you guys so you can see it. I was trying to drag it, and then the game pulled me in. So we can get rid of top controls. All right. Game number 1. Respawn versus Citadel. Let me fix this. Okay. I've got a lot of things in this. Respawn is like gonzo, so I might need to unload and reload it. Either that or just try and do this. Yeah. Sorry, we're fixing. It's on the fly. It's on the fly. Make that a little bit shorter. All right, game number 1. Respawn and Citadel. That 1 should not be a 1. That should be a 0. Perfect. Okay, now we're actually set up. Okay, game number 1. Respawn and Citadel. Already talked about the drafts, but I think early jungle pathing is going to be pretty important to try and follow here. I think if one of these solo laners gets a really big lead, that is a huge swing. I think bot lane, I would be shocked if this is anything other than like a pretty neutral standard 2v2. I don't think you're looking at a matchup that's like super favored one way or another bot lane. I do like the Ezreal side of that matchup personally more, but I think Rakan versus Rel, like, kind of, it's whatever, right? I don't think bot lane is going to be your focus lane. If Shochi and Lawrence can get big leads in the solo lanes, that is going to really push things in favor of Respawn, and obviously same thing for Philip and Bradley. If they're able to get big leads, that's going to be big for them. Some light trading going on down in the bot lane. Shochi taking a lot of damage. Yeah, I don't love the Ziggs early game here. I think Ziggs is punishable by Volibear. And I do think that Victor should just have full lane prio here. I don't think the Ziggs is going to be able to, like, run the laning phase in maybe the way that they would want. Trevor and Instinct with the push in here. Small leads generating for the side of Citadel in terms of how these laning phases are going. Again, to be expected. Really nice trade here by Philip on the top side. Just getting as much damage down on the Mbessa as possible. Shochi taking a lot still as well. This is not going to be fun, I think, for the respawn solo laners. I think Mbessa is more so going to be fine because Renekton is just one of those champs that is supposed to win early. I am a bit concerned about the Ziggs this game. I am definitely a bit concerned about the Ziggs. Obviously, it's still super early. Shochi TPing back in. Isn't really going to lose too much for this other than the Summoner. Trevor, by himself, potentially looking to try to get out of this, but he's in a really bad spot. His ADC is gone, and he's going to get taken down for first blood. Sushi and Mixture going to pick up that 2v1 kill on the bot side. Instinct was not there. Trevor, kind of caught in a precarious position without the rest of his team, and he ends up just going down for first blood. Really not an ideal set of circumstances there for Trevor. We're going to see if they can trade it back out on the top side here. Philip with a nice exchange. Armeo also making his way topside. We could potentially see a dive onto the Mbessa. Looks like that is going to be the call here. Philip does have some rage built up. Armeo is here. Lawrence is a little over half health. He's got a lot of health on this Mbessa. The tower is going to strike, but Citadel's going to strike harder. We'll just say that. The Volibear picking up a kill on the top side. A very well-executed dive, and this is what Armeo needed to do. We talked about how the solo lanes are going to be in a really positive position for Citadel in this game, and we could perhaps see even more action on the top side as we see Chad making his way up there. Armeo is a little bit low. He's going to get the shield. We see the teleport coming in from Mbessa. The root's going to come down under tower. Armeo is going to stay alive for now. Chad takes a tower shot, but Philip is very deep with this teleport. He might be by himself in a 1v2 here. He's going to dash over. He has enough health to be able to survive, but definitely some time wasted, we'll just say there, for both junglers, as Armeo has to back, and Chad obviously expends quite a few resources on the top side there. He's just going to make his way down to Wolves now, whereas Armeo is going to do the same, but for Gromp. Trevor, potentially looking for Mixture here. Mixture, unfortunately, interrupting the back of Bradley. Didn't look like that was ever going to be able to get off all that efficiently. And an action-packed early start to the game. It is a Citadel gold lead. Most of that is going to be on Renekton in the top lane, as far as I'm aware. Obviously, Sushi picking up first blood is pretty important for them overall. But Armeo picking up a kill in the jungle kind of neutralizes that. And I think you're more worried about Armeo having kills than you are about Sushi having kills, at least in the early game here. Ezreal can be a bit of a problem for this team, especially, like I said, if you have good setup around a lot of these objectives, because the poke on this team is absolutely ridiculous. But outside of that, the Ezreal is mostly going to be here for full exchanges. Not really going to be generating pressure, more so taking advantage of it. Trevor continuing to try and posture aggressively. As long as Instinct is in this lane, I think he's probably going to be fine. Probably going to be safe. Caleb, good to see you. Let's go Citadel. Indeed, let's go Citadel. We do see Philip potentially going in here. Armeo making his way to the top lane. Ult is going to be dropped. Philip hits level 6, and Mbessa is going to have to expend the flash to get out of there. Really nice summoner spell to get burned for Lawrence. But at the end of the day, it's all just about making sure these solo laners are in as good of a spot as possible. Sushi getting quite low. Nice poke coming in from Instinct. Void Grip started up here by Citadel. Looks like they're going to be able to take these relatively uncontested. Zyra just has no way to be able to get in here. We do see an exchange down on the bot side. Instinct getting quite low. Mixture not going to be able to land the engage onto Rel. And that's going to be it for the 2v2. Void Grubs will be secured, or at least 2 Void Grubs will be secured by Citadel on red side. The final one picked up there by Respawn. And things have evened out once again. We could perhaps see an aggressive engage here coming in from Trevor. Sushi is very low, but very smartly keeping that arcane shift to keep himself safe here, just in case the Rakan were to go aggressive. We do see some pings coming down from blue side. We could potentially be seeing a 3v3. Both junglers are down on the bot side of the map. Shochi continuing to take a ton of damage in this lane. It's just a brutal laning phase for the Ziggs. Very, very difficult to deal with early on. You see Chad making his way down here, but Armeo is in the vicinity as well. It's just going to sweep out the vision. Doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of conflict down here. And still a very neutral game state. One thing I do want to give a lot of credit to both of these teams for is just not making game-breaking mistakes. Now, obviously, Respawn has done a good job of that throughout the tournament. Citadel can be a little bit aggressive, as we all know, but it's definitely been a more muted early game from both of them. Zyra jungle being meta is so interesting to me. Yeah, I mean, it's been very good for quite a while now, about a year and a half, and you know, these junglers have gotten very used to it. It can be very feast or famine, but we will see how it ends up working here. Philip getting very low in that top lane exchange. Not a perfect one there for him on the Renekton. He is just going to be able to get back to base pretty easily, the Mbessa, without really a lot of chance to be able to punish him. Look at that gold discrepancy on the top side of the map. Not only does Renekton have that assist, but he is up 17 CS in this matchup, even after getting pushed out of that laning phase. This is what you draft Renekton for. This is obviously the goal of the champion, is to be able to win the matchup very heavily like this. We know that Philip is definitely a Renekton player, probably the champion I most associate with him individually. And he continues to punish on it. Bradley probably just wants to shove out this wave and get out of here as quickly as possible. Shoji could be looking for a solo kill here. He is going to get silenced. Bradley getting very low, though. And the solo kill will go over to Shochi. That's just a mistake coming in from Bradley. That shouldn't be really possible at all for the Ziggs, but Bradley a little bit greedy in terms of staying in lane after getting a little bit low, after poking out Shoji over and over again, and gets punished for it. But Lawrence could be in the crossfire here with Armeo. Diving on the top side, the ult goes down, and it's just a free kill. So much damage coming in so quickly, the tower being disabled. Very, very easy return kill on the top side. And once again, it's the Volibear and the Renekton making the big play. It's Armeo and Philip continuing to push that advantage forward on the top side. That top lane matchup was getting out of control very quickly. Agreed, indeed. Honestly, for both top and mid there, for Bradley and Lawrence, who both probably were just in unfortunate positions. Unfortunately for Lawrence, it's just very difficult for the Mbessa to be able to play this out at all. Is going to get perma-chunked out anytime that she tries to farm any of these waves, and she can get dove really whenever she wants by the Volibear. Really not ideal. That's why the Volibear was such a good pick and draft to me. Philip now just going to clear the wave. We have about a 1k gold lead for Citadel here at 10 minutes. This has got to be one of the less bloody games that we've seen out of Citadel across 10 minutes. I'm used to these 14 kill games. To only see 4 across both of these teams is certainly unlike what we were expecting, but it is going to be Citadel controlling the map, picking up that first dragon. It's going to be Ocean Dragon first, Mountain Dragon second, so neither of those will be Soul Trevor, potentially caught out here by Mixture, but as Rakani is able to dash out to safety, Bradley there to be able to assist him. And it looks like we're just going to be playing for Void Grubs here. Dragons are going to be a little bit delayed. First dragon taken at 10 minutes is going to be a lot later than we're normally seeing here in the NACL. And it will actually be Respawn that are going to be on these Void Grubs. First, Trevor is in the area. We could see Armeo pathing up, but he's going to be way late to this. It looks like they're just going to be giving over the rest of these Void Grubs. They already got 2 on the first rotation. That gives them the confidence to say, screw it, they're allowed to get 4 of them. You know, they're not going to get the big buff at number 5, so we don't need to spend resources trying to go after that. Philip taking another nice trade with Lawrence now that they have lane swapped down to the bot side. And once again, the game state kind of evens itself out here. I think I'm definitely looking at top lane here to see if there could potentially be a play. Bradley, once again, getting his back interrupted in the mid lane. Zyra is very, very nasty at that. Just making your life a lot more difficult. But the gold lead continues to grow, a lot of that being on Philip. He's actually going to take a really nice exchange here. Lawrence going to try and pull something back, but just doesn't have the speed to be able to get back on top of the Renekton. One other lane to point out, of course, bot lane, which we said was in favor of Respawn this game. I think Ezreal has a very good matchup into Varus, generally speaking. Is actually a really big gold lead in favor of Instinct. He's been able to get these very consistently throughout the entire tournament, and that has definitely not been any different here today. When you're looking at the reason that this gold lead continues to balloon, despite the fact that these teams are trading objectives and trading kills for the most part, a lot of that comes down to the fact that both of these teams have done, or specifically Citadel has done a really good job at being able to push their lane advantages. We'll just say push their 2v2 or 1v1 lane advantages. Could be seeing a 2v2 speaking of here. Armeo going to go directly onto Chad. That Zyra is very squishy. The smite's going to come down. A lot of damage coming in, and now we see Shochi potentially caught out. He's going to be getting lower and lower. Trevor going to attempt to keep vision on him, but we see a dive down in the bot lane, and Best ult's going to land onto the volley bear. Philip taking up the tower shots, getting very low. The Zyra damage, and the ult coming out. They're going to pick up the kill onto Philip. They're going to claim the feats of warfare, and the shutdown goes over. It's a 2v2 fight win for Respawn, and what looked like it was going to be a pretty good play for Citadel ends up going awry because they just forget about how much damage Zyra can put down at this point in the game. Really well played there by Chad. Really nice fight. Really great job by Lawrence to be able to have so much CC to disrupt a lot of what Armeo wanted to do in that fight. Really not allowing him to press any of his buttons. Philip ended up taking way too many turret shots because the ultimate just never came out from Armeo due to the constant CC, and you know that's a really big plus. That's a really big win for Respawn to help kind of neutralize this gold state because, like we said, things were kind of ballooning a bit. The map state wasn't necessarily getting a ton worse for Citadel, or for Respawn, I should say, but the gold lead was definitely getting worse for Respawn, and players like Instinct and Philip just had so many opportunities to get stronger and stronger. This is the part of the game, though, where I really favor Citadel's comp. Trevor going to take a little bit of damage, but again, the Rakan is just so safe here. Very difficult to be able to punish that champion. Chad has made his way up to the top lane once again. He could potentially be targeting Philip. Philip, no flash, no ultimate here. He is going to get targeted down by Chad. Do they have enough damage? Not quite. Philip's just going to be able to dash out. No CC is going to land, therefore he is going to survive. Armeo is shadowing on the top side as well. They do have vision of him, or at least have an understanding that he is going to be within the area. It's a good play, trying to take advantage of the lack of cooldowns from Philip, but just no way to stay on that Renekton once the CC ends up going wide from the Zyra. Now we just see ward coverage. This is the part of the game where, again, I think Citadel, as I was saying earlier, or at least I was trying to say earlier, where Citadel should be at their strongest. When you think about what this comp does really well, fight over objectives is the #1 thing that comes to mind for me. Of course, I think you have good split push options late in the game, but we actually see a 1v1 trade on the top side. Philip trying to build up that rage bar with the ultimate popped. He's looking for Lawrence. Trevor is making his way up, but will he be here in time? He will not. Philip actually getting chunked out quite a bit. Some question mark pings coming down on top of him. They clearly know that there's going to be some action here, and Shochi's going to be the target. The ult comes down from Armeo. The stun comes out. Shochi's alive for now, but is going to get taken down by the volley bear. Meanwhile, we still have the 1v1 going on the top of this map. Trevor finally making his way up to the top lane. Could potentially be trying to turn this 1v1 into a 2v1, but Armeo continues to move. Chad gets lower and lower as we see more fighting coming down on the top side. Lawrence definitely getting low. Philip gonna try and take the tower shot, but he doesn't have enough damage. He's gonna get taken down attempting to get that Mbessa, and despite the fact that it's 2v1, despite the fact that Trevor burns both flash and ult, they just don't have enough firepower to be able to kill the Mbessa. Now Armeo might be overextended. Mixture is going to be able to catch him out. The shutdown is going to go over to the side of Respawn. Unfortunately for them, it will go to the Rel, but still, two big plays going in favor of Respawn in that gold lead that Citadel had. It's completely gone. Not only are Respawn in a better position now than they were 3 minutes ago, but they're going to be able to pick up the Dragon as well. That's a gold lead for Respawn, all things considered, and it's a major turn of events in this game. Why would Philip tank that? I think might have been, to me, it looked like a bit of miscommunication. It looks like Trevor really didn't want to go for the dive, and Philip thought he could get the kill. He was probably willing to trade 1 for 1, and just didn't end up picking it up. But all that being said, the game state continues on. First turret is going to go down in favor of Citadel on the top side. That will go over to Philip. That will go over to the Renekton. And they still have a lot of things to be excited about. Like, Armeo is still 3-1-0 on this Volley Bear. And quite frankly, I don't think that Respawn have a great way to deal with Volley Bear in this game. I think it's going to be difficult in a lot of these skirmishes for them to consistently be able to win against that. And despite the fact that Sushi has a kill, has an assist, and Instinct hasn't really been involved in a lot of the plays, the gold lead in the bot lane is still very much in favor of Citadel, with Instinct being up 21 CS in this game. So you're definitely not counting them out in terms of the way that they've set up a lot of their plays here. Bradley also with a gold lead in the mid lane, as you would expect with Victor into Ziggs. Bradley as well has basically never been down in gold throughout this entire tournament. His laning phases and his mid games in particular have been excellent. Rift Herald will be the objective. Armeo's going to pop over the wall. He is a little alone here, but Philip could make his way down. It's a 3v1 at the current moment, but Instinct and Philip are making their way here. Armeo going to get chunked out for the most part, though, and the fight is going to be off. Unfortunately, the rest of the team just couldn't get there in time. I thought that could potentially be a really good play for Citadel if Instinct and Philip could make the collapse in that 3v3, but no play to be made. Rift Herald will be started up. Armeo is not going to be here for it. The best that Citadel can do is try and delay. Bradley going to just continue to clear wave on the bottom side here. Looks like it will be a free Rift Herald, though, for Respawn, as Citadel don't look like they want to particularly contest this one. Not that I blame them. And once again, we still have a very even gold state. As much as we've been talking about the good plays that Respawn are making, it's the little things that are very much in favor of Citadel. Look at the CS differentials in all three lanes. Renekton is very up on the Ambessa. Victor is very up on the Ziggs, and Varus is very up on the Ezreal. So despite Respawn making some good plays around the map, they still are going to be down in gold by about 1k in this game. And it's going to be the second tower falling here in the bot lane in favor of Citadel. And everything's neutralized. Everything's back to normal for the most part. Once again, I still think that the fights around this time are probably going to be at least a little bit Citadel favored. At least that's what I would imagine. Oops, sorry. Let me get back on directive. Try to get out of here for a second. I gotta get YouTube chat back up. Apologies. We should be back there with YouTube chat back up on the screen. But just some posturing here around Drake. No dragon spawning for another minute and a half, so nothing to fight over there. Otacon will spawn on the top side as well. That is to be expected after the amount of times that Lawrence was dove at the beginning of this game. Rift Herald will be dropped in the mid lane. Mixture will be the one jumping in and riding that into the tower. Alongside the Ziggs, this should be free, and it is. The mid lane tower will fall in favor of Respawn. And we see them attempting to drive this down into the bot lane, but Trevor and Bradley are there. We almost saw the Rift Herald fall, but we see some pretty sick drifting coming in here from Chad, and he is going to be able to land it on the tower. Great job by Chad. We always love to see some successful drifting. It's going to be 2 towers for that Rift Herald. A very, very positive exchange there in favor of Respawn. And once again, they're playing the map really well. If they weren't so behind in CS, this would be a gigantic gold lead for them, but unfortunately, that is not the case. There still is a very wide open game to play here from both of these teams. Ruinous Otacon has spawned on the top side with 20 minutes being hit. We'll see if either of these teams want to prioritize it now. Armeo is here on the top side, but Dragon is going to be spawning in 30 seconds. We'll see where the priorities end up lying. We do see Chad pathing to the top side as well. Looks like Otacon will definitely be the priority between these two teams. Things coming down for Drake. Mid laners both have teleport and will both be able to join this fight on the bottom side of the map. Looks like both teams want to try to establish pressure first, though. Looks like it is just going to be the clear here for Zyra. Armeo actually making his way now down into bottom river, accompanied by Trevor and Instinct. Bradley is there as well. It looks like Dragon will be the priority for Citadel. Zyra looking to match. It looks like both of these teams want to try to contest over this Chem Dragon. And it will be a fight that we see here. Citadel is first to the objective. Dragon down to about 5,000 health. Bradley is going to try and zone control here, but the poke coming in. Never going to be able to make his way out. We're going to need to see a smite or something here. Chad looks like he's going to be able to get into the pit. Armeo definitely still there. The damage is coming down. Red team has been able to pick up the Drake. Armeo is going to be able to get it. We get Philip diving into the backline by himself, but he's so tanky. It takes him so long to die, but not enough damage to be able to break through to capitalize on Philip diving in, and Respawn have been able to turn this fight. Trevor popping ultimate, but it's way too late into the fight. He's going in by himself, and he's going to get taken down. It's a 2-for-0 in favor of Respawn. They do pick up the Dragon. Citadel does pick up the Dragon in that exchange. However, definitely not the fight that they were looking for. It just felt like they were a little bit out of communication. Once again, on that exchange, Trevor going back in after the team had clearly made the call to disengage. Philip going in and attempting to try and break through that backline to try to get onto one of the squishier members, just not having enough damage or success to be able to lock them down. It's a really nice fight for Respawn, and Citadel continue to get the objectives, but lose out on the kills, and that's what keeps this game state as even as it is. Look at the gold differential. It's basically 0 here at 22 minutes. We've got ourselves a very fun game, but now with Zyra having a bit of gold, now with Ezreal having a bit of gold, this game has become a lot more interesting. Zyra, of course, also buying the Oblivion Orb, has that heal cut available now. Very nice to have for the Renekton and for the Volibear. But game 1 is living up to the hype. Living up to the expectations of this being the best series left, and Mixture could potentially be caught out here. Bradley and Trevor trying to put some damage down, but they don't have enough burst to be able to completely destroy the Rel. Chad just blast cones into his own demise. He gets super low. He's going to be able to survive Armeo. Has to ult himself out of the fight. The teleport's going to come in from Lawrence. He's going to try to get onto Bradley, who gets very low. He's going to get taken down. Trevor also taken down on the other side of this fight, and Armeo and Instinct have to run for their lives. Philip wasn't even there. It looked like they could potentially be catching up Chad, going way too deep, but once again in these skirmishes, it's Respawn coming out on top. We could be seeing the Otacon priority here, but it looks like they want to prioritize just getting their lanes into as good of a state as possible, recognizing that without their jungler having any health, it's a lot more difficult to end up taking that Otacon objective. But the skirmish is very much going in favor of Respawn. It just feels like they have a bit better execution in terms of what they're expecting. Citadel continuing to go a lot further forward than they're allowed to get away with at this point. Shoji gonna take down some wards here. But everybody's back out on the map. We got Respawn timers coming up in 1 second. Oh, we could be seeing a death push. Armeo getting poked out here by the Zyra. And this is where Respawn's comp really comes into full fruition. The Zyra, the Ziggs, the Ezreal. The amount of poke on the side of Respawn here is absolutely ridiculous. It's very difficult for any of the frontliners on the side of Citadel to face check any of these objectives. Otacon not going to be the priority just yet. Again, both teams scared of getting wiped at Otacon, and honestly, rightfully so. One bad fight for either of these teams, 1-4 for 0, and the game could be entirely in one way or another. So, both teams very afraid of making a game-losing mistake. But this has definitely been the fun dream game number 1 that we were looking for. For the first time, Respawn has a real considerable gold lead in this game. About 25 minutes. Baron will be spawning in 20 seconds here. That is definitely something to keep in mind as well. Otacon still on the map and will be on the same side as Baron. A big fight on that side of the map could be the entire game, with both of those objectives being up for the taking. Baron will be spawning here. Philip making his way back to the top lane. He'll try and trade as much as he can with Lawrence here. He actually pops the ultimate. It's going to get him quite low. A lot of damage coming down onto both the Mbessa and the Renekton, but Renekton just has too many stats here. He's going to continue to chase down Lawrence. There's no tower for protection. How long will the ultimate last? We will see. The stun is going to land on both sides, but the Q is going to do more, and the shutdown, the solo kill, will go in favor of Philip. That's the exact kind of play that Citadel needed in order to pull back some resources in this one. And that gold lead that we were just talking about Respawn having, it's all evened up. Big play there from Philip. Very, very big play from Philip. And now we get some pings coming down onto Otacon. We definitely see both of these teams wanting to prioritize this, but Citadel absolutely is going to have priority of that. No top lane for 15 seconds. No teleport on Lawrence either. That's definitely going to be a bit of a problem. This is a 5v4. Renekton's going to be teleporting in. Shochi's making his way up here. Chad is here as well, but like we said, this is a 5v4 mixture. Gonna try to find a way in. Bradley and Trevor potentially on a flank here. Otacon getting lower and lower. Don't tell me this is gonna be yet another smite fight. We do see this coming down to the wire. Chad has the opportunity to try and get in here. It is gonna be smited down by Armeo. The fight's gonna continue to try and go, but it doesn't look like there's enough of a go button on the side of Respawn, and Trevor is gonna say, it's my turn to go in. The knockups are gonna come through. The Zyra and the Rel will fall. Philip's gonna pop ultimate to stay alive here. Trevor is also very low. We'll see if Respawn want to try and re-engage this 3v5. The health bars are not very good for Citadel. Bradley going to attempt to try and poke them out, but as we see it here, a fantastic fight for Citadel. Armeo continuing to try and get back to his side of the map. We actually see the Mbessa ult coming out onto Bradley. He's going to get locked down, and he will be taken down. It's a kill exchanged in favor of Respawn, but at the end of the day, Otacon and 2 kills in favor of Citadel is definitely a fight win for them. We see some pings coming down onto Chemdragon. This will be drag number 3 if Armeo is able to pick it up, but We could be seeing a contest here as well. The action just never stops between these two teams. Bradley is still down. He is the only player on the map that is not alive at the current moment. Armeo going to be attacked here by Lawrence, but the stuns are going to come in, and Bess is going to get very low. Philip's going to continue to chase down, and Lawrence will fall. Just went in without the rest of his team. The rest of Citadel ends up showing up. They get a kill and a dragon for their troubles, and they are on Soul Point now. And a game that looked like it was getting closer and closer, if anything, it was going in favor of Respawn, has now blown wide open in favor of Citadel after a really fantastic Otacon fight, and then another dragon take to blow this gold lead back open to 2K. What a wild and wacky series of events here. Very fun game number 1. Armeo sitting at 5-1-1 on the Volley Bear. Going tank, not going AP Volley Bear this game. Definitely the right call with the comp they have on the other side. He needs to be able to take a lot of the poke. And now it's really just the Baron dance, I believe. We do see the top laners on the bot side here. Neither have teleport, so neither would be able to make this play happen. If they did want to go for a major objective here. We could see the game stall out a little bit because of that. That's more of what I'm expecting. I would be surprised if either team made an egregious error at this point, with just how tense the game situation is. Important to note that it was not Voracious Otacon. That there were no Guardian Angels. I think we already kind of saw that, but it is indeed the Flowers of XP, which you can see now represented in some of the XP leads on the side of Citadel. Whew, I needed to get some water. This game number 1 has been action-packed. Everything we could have asked for out of these two teams. These are the two favorites, in my opinion, to get out of this entire bottom bracket. And one of them will be going home in this series. One of them is guaranteed out. Trevor could potentially be caught out here, but the Zyra ultimate's not going to land. The CC chain not going to be enough. Trevor will be able to make his way out, and that could have been a catastrophic mistake from the support of Citadel there, but he is able to survive a lot of damage. A lot of poke coming in from Sushi on this Ezreal. Will be able to stabilize a bit in terms of calming things down in the mid lane, but the Baron dance is going to continue. Teleports are both available now for the top laners. This is the part of the game that we are going to see both of these teams play more aggressively in. We will see if that Baron dance continues. Mixture and Trevor looking to just trade it out. Baron will not be aggroed, so Trevor will not be taking that extra damage. Once again, vision control is the name of the game. Mixture actually gonna get ulted here by the Varus, and he's gonna get very low. He's gonna get popped up by Instinct. That's a free kill for the side of Citadel. A major mistake there by Mixture. Just feeling way safer than he needed to be in that instance, and he gets punished for it. It's now a 4v5 on the map. Renekton potentially trying to path up, but actually is gonna be making his way back down to the bottom side of the map, continuing to try and pressure that lane. Forcing the Mbessa to try and match here, and the Baron dance is going to continue. A minute 30 on Drake here. That is Soul Point. Of course, Chem Soul in favor of Citadel. Bradley looking to get as much damage down on Shochi as he can, and that's a very nice exchange. Shochi gonna drop the ultimate to clear the wave. Did quite a bit of damage to Bradley as well. Bradley not been not had the happiest of feet today so far. Trevor just looking for info, looking for vision. And now it's all about Soul. That definitely seems to be the priority. It definitely seems to be the objective here. It's spawning in 40 seconds for both of these teams. If Citadel is able to grab that Chem Soul, I think the game is going to be firmly in their own hands at that point. Ezreal going to completely chunk out Instinct, doing about a quarter of his health bar. He can do that so frequently in the back half of the game here. especially with the Shojin build. But we will see who is going to be able to come out on top. The posturing coming down from both sides. Citadel is going to have control of the area. Mixture making his way in. He is the engage coming in from the side of Respawn. If they want to try and break through that front line, try to get onto the back line, it's going to be through the Rel. They'll have to keep an eye on Mixture in this fight. Respawn going to commit to trying to push that mid wave in order to pull some attention away from the Dragon, but Armeo and Philip are just going to be starting up on it. This is Soul Point. Dragon's going to be dropped down to 5k. Lawrence is going to jump into the pit. He's going to get knocked up and charmed. The fight is on. Victor Ultimate has been dropped. Mixture is getting very low. And the Dragon is stolen by Shochi on the Ziggs. We'll see if they can pick up the fight. Ambessa is going to drop first, but picking up that Dragon is huge. Delaying the soul. Bradley is getting very low, and he's ticking down even further when it comes to Zyra burn. Trevor is just barely going to be able to get the dash over the wall onto Bradley before he takes that blast cone, and it looks like everyone else is going to be able to make it out of here. It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day, but... the 1-for-0 actually at the end of the day, but a really, really huge Dragon Steal coming in from Shochi. An absolutely massive play from him on the Ziggs. Bradley going to be TPing potentially behind enemy lines here. Trevor looking to make his way in. He's going to get low, but so is Chad. The target is the Zyra. He's going to have to burn stopwatch. Try to buy as much time as possible, but with Baron up, the jungler will fall. The Zyra will go down, and that's going to be the Baron started up here by Citadel. A fantastic teleport coming in from Bradley. Shochi's going to get his back stopped by Philip. A fantastic play from the Renekton, and Shochi's now in a horrible position. He will fall, and a solo kill on the top side, and now it is a 5v3 here at the Baron pit, with the main members of Respawn not able to contest. The Vera's ultimate will go wide, but it will do more than enough to be able to dissuade any sort of contest. The Baron will go over to the side of Citadel, and what a fantastic counterpunch coming in from the red side after getting their Dragon stolen, after getting the soul taken out from underneath them. They say, screw it, we're going to teleport our mid laner into the backline. We're going to send Trevor and Armeo back up there. We're going to catch these guys out before they can reset, before they can get back out on the map. And they succeed in a major, major way. Crazy call by Citadel. Crazy call, but a really good one. Very heads-up play. Woo! That was like a 3-minute long shot call. That was a crazy one. That was indeed a crazy one. Look at the CS difference between Lawrence and Philip in the top lane. 316 to 241. Armeo having a crazy game. He's been awesome this game on the Volley Bear. Definitely player of the game up until this point. They will be looking to siege down this bottom tier 2. Both going to try and pressure the mid lane turret, but a lot of push on the side of Citadel here. The Victor and the Varus make it very easy to siege down these towers. And Philip, he's saying, screw the tower. I want Lawrence instead. Armeo going to try and look to collapse, but mid lane tier 2 will fall. Gold will continue to pressure out this Ambessa. Bradley now going to be the one to take down bot lane tier 2. And the push will continue. This is a Baron power play if I've ever seen one. Maddie, I believe you're still in the chat. This is the Maddie Socials Baron buff power play. The copyright non-distinct Baron buff power play. And Citadel are using it to their full advantage. Looks like top lane will now be the goal. The pings are coming down on top lane tier 2. It looks like they just want to crack open the map, be able to move around anywhere. Indeed, shout out Maddie. Couldn't do the Baron buff without you. Instinct is going to be guiding the wave in. And it looks like this final siege will be going down on this tier 2 in the top lane. Should be pretty free to take here. Trevor potentially on a flank. Philip also pushing in the mid lane. They could be looking for a fight here. The tower will fall in just a second. Trevor not going to find any angle that he likes. And the tower will go down. And the Baron power play will be put to good use. 3 towers, all tier 2s, falling in favor of Citadel. And a game that felt so close for so long, where the gold lead felt like it was basically even the entire game. Even when it wasn't, it felt like the map state was so even for the entire game. Has broken wide open in favor of Citadel. You're looking at 68k to 61k so quickly as we approach the 40-minute mark. Teleport will come in for Bradley. They are going to look to potentially try and contest this. Soul is back up again in 30 seconds. They'll have to do the dance all over again. They've gotten 1 steal. Can they get 2 for Respawn here? We will have to wait and see. Armeo looking to try and pressure here. He understands that it's very difficult to take advantage of the volley bear from this point. Trying to draw them into a choke point. Is going to try and get to this wave as quickly as possible, but Respawn making the call to just push in this mid wave as much as they can in order to draw somebody away from this fight. It's actually going to be the jungler that ends up getting drawn away. Instinct is going to get absolutely chunked out by the Ziggs ultimate. He's going to get super low. Lucky for him, the Honey Fruit is going to be there to be able to get him back up to at least a respectable amount of HP. But Trevor going to pop the ultimate, look for the engage. Mixture is low and Mixture is down. The main form of engage on the side of Respawn is gone. Philip has popped the ultimate, is going to potentially look for a way to get onto the Ezreal, but it looks like it might just be Respawn who has to give this up. It's a lot more difficult to play out this fight without the Rel, and they understand that they are going to be conceding Soul here. Another fantastic catch by Trevor with the Rakan ultimate to get on that Rel and take him down. Soul in favor of Citadel, and if this game was already going one way, it has really, really been pushed in that direction now with Chemsoul. Big, big play there. Big catch out. Great positioning. Really nice aggressiveness. Willingness to look for picks. Able to focus on the right target. Citadel really struggled at the beginning of this tournament at really consistently playing out a lot of these objective fights, specifically like 5v5s in the back half of the game. That was their weakness, was they would get these big gold leads and they wouldn't be able to close these games. To see how disciplined and consistent this team has become throughout the rest of this tournament has been really impressive to see. Unfortunately for Respawn, this game is looking very difficult from here on out. The Mbessa basically is not a champion in this game. And Zyra, Ziggs, Ezreal just don't have enough damage to be able to break through a volley bear who's basically gone tank. Obviously not full tank. Got he got a very interesting build, as we typically see. He even got the Dark Seal. Can't forget the Dark Seal on the edge, but you know, this is going to be a very difficult front line to break through if you are Respawn. Do see the dance happening again. Baron is going to be spawning in 25 seconds. That could be the objective that Citadel need in order to feel like they can end the game consistently. The problem for them is there's so much push on the side of Respawn that it's very difficult to get wave states in a proper spot. Respawn doing a very good job of being able to keep this game from getting out of control. Hello, PM. How are you? But the Baron has spawned. The Baron dance has begun once again. Philip gonna get knocked into the wall there, but just some poke coming out from Shochi. Things are going to be coming down. This could be the fight that ends up ending the game. Shochi going to get very low very quickly. Trevor on the flank with the Rakan ultimate. He's going to be able to lock up the Ziggs, and the damage is going to come down. Lawrence will be the second to fall. It's a double kill for Philip at the start of this fight. Trevor is going to be focusing on Mixture, and everybody else on Respawn will fall. It's a triple kill for Philip off the back of a fantastic flank engage coming in from Trevor on the Rakan. And that's going to be your game. It's a 4-for-0, a 5-for-0, a 5-for-0, an ace at Baron in favor of Citadel. They will march down the middle of the map. They will take down the inhibitor. They will take down the two Nexus turrets, and they will be able to take this game. A fantastic game number one for Citadel. They were poised with some odds at the beginning. They were put up against the ringer for a little bit of this game, but they stayed active, they stayed hungry, and they come out on top because of it. Huge game number one there. Huge game number one. Really, really cool stuff. Let's get that lo-fi back. I don't think we get any stats here, unfortunately, because I spectated. But what an awesome game number one for Citadel. What a game number one. Let's refresh this. See if we have any other results in here. Tempest takes game one. Dorado takes game number one. PePeLaaLaa takes game number one. That would be a huge upset if Ducky ended up going out here. All right. Well, they've been pretty quick with a lot of these, so I'm going to jump to a quick break, a quick BRB, and then I will be back for game number 2. Citadel has the chance to close this out in 2 games to take down probably their toughest opponent for the rest of the tournament in 2. If they're able to win this 2-0, that gives me a ton of confidence, a ton of faith that they could potentially be the team that ends up qualifying, and they're already favorites to do so, but that would really solidify it for me. We'll be back for game number 2. Stick with us. All right. Okay. We pop back in after game number 1. And what a game 1 that was, dude. Holy crap. Super fun game number 1. Hop over to the screen again. We do have our results. Here, I'm actually going to go back to BRB for a second. I'm going to check out the stream list, and I want to see who else is streaming the other games today. Aegis and Titan. See if we can pull those up. See if we can pull those up, shall we? There are no Twitch ads. Twitch ads don't exist, and you were fake if you heard any of that. They don't exist. They don't exist. Let's pull up these two. All right, so Aegis has Tempest and St. Clair. Titan has Dorado and Fisher. We will see if we can get an update on those once I don't have an advertisement on both. But hopefully we'll be into the next game pretty shortly. It looks like they are going to be doing draft in client, which is cool. Okay. Because that gives me a much better time frame of when they're actually going to be like done with draft. Or when I can check in on the NACL stream. Looks like both teams are in draft. Tempest won game number 1. I'm going to switch over here. Tempest won game 1. Tempest picked up game 1 and has a very aggressive draft for game 2. Tristana, Caitlyn, Double Marksman, and Zyra, and the Renekton playing around the early game. And then you've got Nunu for Maddie. You got Nunu for Maddie in the jungle. That's very fun. That is very, very fun. We have Titan over here in the middle of draft, covering Dorado and Fisher. Dorado won game 1, and Dorado are favorites going into this, despite what I think the bracket would have you believe. They are a higher seed than Fisher. I wasn't sure if they were a higher seed than Fisher, but Dorado have been awesome at this tournament. Dorado have been really good. Only one we don't seem to have a stream for is Ducky and PePeLaaLaa. Or at least I haven't seen one. If there is one, let me know in chat and I'll check it out. But, as for what I'm looking for in game number 2, could I explain the tournament for the uninitiated? Yeah, so this is the open qualifiers for the NACL. So essentially there were 3 spots of the NACL that were open, wide open for anybody to be able to play for, and we had a 64-team double elimination tournament to determine who ended up getting it. And so all of these teams were seated in the upper bracket. We've been following Citadel, who were kind of the big tournament favorites and still kind of are the tournament favorites. We are the official co-stream for Citadel, and we've been watching as many of their games as possible. Last weekend, we had our first 2 qualification series between Near Airport and Friendly Fellas. Near Airport, of course, Double Lift's team with Double Lift, Pobelter, Biofrost, Spica, TF Blade. You know, a bunch of, Meteos coaching, a bunch of the former LCS veterans. They went undefeated throughout the bracket and ended up being the first team to qualify. And then Apex Mission Impossible, doing a Mission Impossible and an impossible mission, quite frankly, and actively qualifying to the NACL. Nobody saw that coming. Tempest was heavy favorites to come out of this side of the bracket, and they didn't. So now we are in the lower part of the bracket. We are down to these final 10 teams here. The way that this tournament works, because there's 3 qualification spots, 2 of them went to the teams that came through winner's bracket that didn't lose a game, and there's only 1 spot in the lower bracket. So only 1 of these 10 teams remaining will be qualifying for the NACL. Right now we're in round 6. We will play round 7 later. These are best of 3s. Tomorrow is the final day. We will play a best of 3 at the beginning of the day and at 4 p.m. EST, and then a best of 5 to qualify the final team for the NACL. But the reason this game is so hyped up, Respawned and Citadel, is I think a lot of people are saying that these are the 2 best teams left in the lower side of the bracket. And I would have to agree with that. I think these are the two best teams left in the tournament to qualify. And I think whoever ends up winning this series has a really good shot to be that third and final team in the NACL. Of course, Tempest is still here. Friendly Fellas and Dog Fans have been really good throughout this tournament, but it's hard to bet against these two teams. And especially with Citadel looking good in game number 1, I think there is a pretty good shot that they are the team that ends up qualifying for the NACL here. Oh. But we should be getting into game number 2 soon, I hope. Looks like they've jumped into Champ Select. I'm going to go back to BRB. And I'm going to check the NACL stream. We will see here if they are jumping into draft soon. Their draft has started in client, at the very least. Can I spectate this draft? No, I cannot. I was saying this earlier, but we do not get a spectator spot specifically for the series because it is on the main NACL channel. So for any of you who are here watching it instead of the actual NACL broadcast, I really do appreciate it. We will be covering the second series of today as well. If Citadel ends up winning, then they'll go on to face the winner of Ducky Getters and PePeLaaLaa, and we'll be covering that later today. That will not be on the NACL broadcast, so we will not be. We will be the only stream, I believe, for that series later today. And they are in draft, so let's switch over to the screen. We can switch over to that now. And Citadel is going to be going on blue side, so that means Respawn chose red side for game number 2. Which is certainly interesting. I think red side can be really strong. It can also be kind of bait. I mean, we're seeing blue side have a pretty big win rate right now. But the bans are coming in. Karma and Nar. First 2 bans for Citadel. Sejuani and Callista. Kind of the standard bans, I would say, on red side at this tournament. Will be the Cassante as the final ban here, taking that away from Lawrence. The Ambessa was his pick in game number 1. If they want to stick to a similar style champion, then Cassante definitely works. Definitely fits. Corki's going to be the final ban. So, Sej, Callista, Corki taken off the board for Respawn, and Karma, Nar, Cassante taken off the board for Citadel, and it will be the first pick, Jace. We're kind of seeing Jace drop in priority a bit as the tournament goes along. Not that Jace has gotten weaker. He certainly is not. He's still one of the strongest champs in the game. But I think we're generally seeing teams want to invest a bit more into their team fighting. That's kind of been the read that I've had, is the later we've gone into this tournament, the more teams have definitely felt more the necessary need to prioritize team fighting, I guess. Ashe will be the first pick on the red side here for Respawn. Again, that also makes a lot of sense. Ashe is just such a versatile champion. You can fit her really into any comp. If you don't need Sushi to be a gigantic carry threat, then I do think the Ashe makes the most sense. We'll see what they end up building around. A lot of good facilitative junglers still available here. Things like Maokai still up that can really fit into any comp. Speak of the devil, Xin Zhao, probably the most plug-and-play jungler in terms of what you want to do. Obviously, he's not going to be great for team fighting, but his early games are so consistent that he can kind of get you through some more negative situations. And it will actually be the Maokai taken here by Citadel. I like Maokai Jace. I think that it offers a lot of strength. I think Maokai Jace just gives you a lot of power in multiple areas of the game. You know, Maokai being so consistent in the back half of these games and Jace being such a problem at the beginning of these games. And it will actually be the Misfortune prioritized here by Instinct. This is a bit of a surprise to me. I love Misfortune and Ashe. I think this is a really good MF matchup. And I am a big Misfortune defender. Anybody who watches the YouTube recaps that I do understands that I'm definitely kind of against the Reddit narrative that champions like Jhin and Misfortune aren't very good. I think both of them are very, very good champions if used in the right situation. I think this is a good draft matchup for Misfortune. And it will be the Sion as the answer to the Jace, most likely. I assume this will be Jace top lane for Philip. He definitely is more of a Jace player in my eyes than someone like Bradley is. But it actually doesn't seem to be what Respawn is expecting, because they're banning out top laners, or at least we think they're banning out top laners. Gwen going to be the first ban here for them in the second phase. Definitely interesting to see that. They definitely understand that there could be a flex here, we'll just say, with Jace going to Bradley in the mid lane. Will be the Braum as the second ban here. Or the first ban, I guess, for Citadel. Second ban of the second rotation. Again, just taking away those easy options that Ashe can combo with to make it a lot easier for the setup. Braum Ashe is a very difficult lane to deal with, and of course Braum very good into Misfortune. Historically good into Misfortune. It's going to be the Talia as the second ban. Again, just kind of respecting the fact that this Jace can go anywhere. Banning out a top laner that would be good into Sion. Banning out a mid laner that would be able to complete this draft if it were Jace a little bit better. I like the strategy here from Respawn. We'll see what the final ban ends up being. It's going to be the Orianna, taken away from Shochi. Not one of the things I think about when I think of Shochi, but I do get why you would ban it out here. And it's going to be the Azir actually locked in for him. We'll see if this ends up getting countered. Of course, the Talia taken off the board means that Azir isn't quite as valuable here. Could be a potential, Yone angle if they wanted to go for something like that. It's actually looks like a much different kind of hover here for Bradley. We'll see if they end up locking this in. You don't want to talk about hovers too much. It's going to be the Akali as the lock-in for Bradley. Now, this is certainly a way to try and punish the Azir, right? I have complained a lot on my channel that Azir blind pick is not nearly as safe as everybody seems to think it is. It was very much punished yesterday at first stand. Looks like it's getting punished here as well. Could be the Nautilus lock-in. One of the priority engaged supports that's left up. I think Leona is still available as well, so they're choosing Nautilus. But I really like this comp for Citadel. I think it's really complete, to be honest. You have so many different damage sources. We'll see. Leona does look like it's going to be the lock-in here. That's what I would have expected. You probably just want more engage on the side of Respawn. It will be the Leona. No surprises there. So, we've got the Jace, Maokai, Akali, Misfortune, Nautilus taking on the Sion, Xin Zhao, Azir, Ashe, and Leona. We're going to go ahead and flip back over here. I will have this up once they get into game so that I can spectate it. And I'll talk more about draft once we're waiting in the lobby, but quick thoughts on draft from me. I think these drafts are very similar. I don't know if Jace is going to have a ton of pressure in this game. I think you have a really nice mid-game comp, and I think you might have a slight advantage in terms of your ability to skirmish there, but Xin Zhao is also really dangerous in those fights. I really don't know if either of these teams has a particularly big advantage anywhere. Again, I think Citadel's comp is just kind of good throughout the game. You've got tools for every facet. You've got MF and Jace to try and be able to push through the early game, specifically Misfortune, who I think is in a really good spot to be able to win early here. You've got, the ability to skirmish if you're Citadel, because Jace really powers up in the mid game. Akali is going to be able to assassinate one of Azir or Ashe on the back line, and then, MF bullet time is a problem to deal with. And then your late game's kind of fine as well, because you still have a lot of damage and a lot of setup, especially if Akali has gold. And Maokai Nautilus is a very difficult, engage frontline to try and break through. So I don't think they're, exceptionally good in any one stage of the game, but they're pretty good throughout most stages of the game. Looks like we will be able to spectate here. Let's go ahead and do that and move it to the other monitor so it's properly showing it. But yeah, I think these two drafts are super similar. I'm not going to say anybody won or lost in draft. I really don't think it's easy to say that anybody won or lost in draft. I think Misfortune's really good into Ashe, and you're expecting that bot lane to be in favor of Citadel on blue side. But by that same token, I think Sion should just kind of neutralize all of the early game pressure that Jace wants to put out. And so you would imagine that would be in favor of the scaling side of Respawn. Xin Zhao versus Maokai is definitely a stylistic matchup, but it's Xin Zhao with an Azir in the mid lane, and then it's Maokai with an Akali in the mid lane. So, Respawn has their aggressive jungler with their mid laner that wants to be funneled a bit more and wants to get to the late game, and Citadel has their aggressive mid laner with their jungler that they want to try and get to the late game. It's a very funny dichotomy here. But I definitely think that this game is going to come down to who executes better. All right, everything is set up. Everything is good to go. We are on spectator delay. As you all know, we have to be on the 3-minute spectator delay because people will be stream sniping. I don't see any players in today's chat, so no worries on that front. But I wish I had more to talk about when it came to the draft. I actually just think this is a super straightforward draft to talk about. I actually just think it's like, okay, hope that you win early. Like, I think whoever ends up getting a gold lead in this game is gonna win. I think you can make the argument that from an engaged standpoint, like just from a way to play front-to-back team fights, Respawn is like slightly better at that. Because Scion's gonna be really tough to break through. Like, do you have enough damage to be able to kill Scion? And like Leona's really consistent engage, but I don't really think it's by that much. It's not like you don't have great engage on the side of Citadel with Nautilus Maokai. So we will be getting in the game here. Remember, it is 1-0 in favor of Citadel. So if they do pick up this game number 2, the series will be over. They will be moving on to the next round. Looks like we're jumping in here. We'll go ahead and mute the lo-fi and switch to our in-game setup. And I will have to switch around the logos, but I'll do that after I set things up here. And we are in game. Let's get that zoom. Go back over to OBS and let's get these guys switched around. Is Citadel on blue side and Respawn on red. And Citadel is up 1-0 now. Okay. We are in for game number 2. 1-0 in favor of Citadel Gaming to start off. Looks like a potential death bush being set up here, or at least a scouting bush being set up by Respawn. It does not look like Citadel want to try and fall for that one, though. They are 5-pointing as passively as they possibly can. They've run into their fair share of death bushes already across this tournament. What do I think Respawn needs to do differently this time? Well, I think really at the end of the day, they have a different comp, fundamentally, I think, in this game. In last game, I think they just didn't have the resources to be able to win a lot of those skirmishes the longer the games went on. But what ended up really biting them in game number 1 was the laning. Like, every single lane was down 30 CS. That's just, you can't have that happen. Like, they were making good plays. They were winning fights at the right time. They just were, they needed to have a gold lead, and they didn't. Bradley gonna try and take an early trade here on the Shochi. He's gonna get a really nice trade down. In fact, a lot of damage going in onto the Azir. See if Azir ends up poking back out for more, but a big exchange, level 1 there for both of the mid laners. Exchanging of emotes in the mid lane after a nice exchange of damage. Sorry, just had to clear my throat. Apologies if that was really loud. Sushi and Mixture gonna need to step it up a bit here in the bot lane. This is a much more difficult matchup than they had in game number 1, and they still didn't have a ton of pressure in game 1. Bradley, though, trading down in the mid lane, getting a lot of damage in on Shochi, and this is a very volatile mid lane matchup. Shochi, of course, with the range advantage, so he's gonna be able to chase down a lot of the ends of these exchanges, but that initial burst coming in from Bradley is exceptionally good. It's the reason you pick Akali in this matchup, and it's the reason Azir is kind of difficult to blind pick in this meta, in my opinion. A lot of champions can take advantage of him. But now with the wave shoved a little bit more under tower, Shochi should be at least a little bit safer. He does have Grasp as well. Definitely worth pointing out, this is Grasp Azir. Philip with a nice trade on top side. Sion not going to be able to counter that damage really at all. We actually see an engage coming in here from Mixture and Trevor. Mixture not under tower, luckily for him. We do actually see a gank in the mid lane coming in from Xin Zhao, but no damage being put down. Sion getting very low. Lawrence getting very low on the top side. The poke just coming in from the Jace over and over again. And, you know, we talked about how Sion's okay in this matchup. A lot of that is because later on in the game, he's just going to be able to eat a lot of that damage. Not so much at level 3, as we can see with Philip doing a great job at being able to pressure that out right now. And just more and more damage coming in from the side of Citadel. Their laning phases have gone pretty well. Chad tries to equalize things for Shochi, tries to get his wave under tower, but we see Mixture going in on Instinct. The cleanse is going to be used. Instinct getting lower and lower. The damage coming in. Trevor not going to land the hook. Is just going to land on the wall. That will be the disengage, but nice engage overall from Mixture. It's going to get the cleanse out of the Misfortune, and that's a summoner spell for basically nothing on the side of Respawn. Some more action in the mid lane. Shochi's actually still here. He didn't get a chance to back. He's getting very, very low, but no energy for the Akali. Shochi will survive. He's going to have to back in a pretty bad spot for his lane. We do actually see the potential dive coming in on Trevor. Chad is going to be there first. Mixture going to be the one tanking up the tower. Do they have enough damage to break through? They do, but it's not First Blood, because First Blood's going to go down on the top side of the map. Armeo is going to survive. Lawrence is going to be the one dropping first. And what looked like surefire First Blood in favor of Respawn actually goes over to the side of Citadel on the top side. Really nice play. Instinct does interrupt the back of Mixture, doesn't want to go too deep. It is a 3v1 there, even with the low health bars. But a really nice pickup from both Armeo and Philip on the top side to be able to grab that First Blood just in time. Now it's Bradley's turn to back. With Shochi at full health, it's no longer as even of a trade. And things should get a bit easier for Azir now that he has resources. Dark Seal, of course, for Akali. The Nautilus Hook is going to land here on Shochi. Bradley is back after the teleport, but no follow-through. Just a nice little roam from Trevor. Dragon is spawned. It is going to be Hex Drake as the first Drake to spawn. Bradley continuing to trade very well with Shochi. There's 3 in the mid lane here. They're actually going to engage onto Trevor, which I'm very surprised about. Armeo going to go in. Bradley getting a little bit low. Mixture going to get the Ignite dropped on him, but Chad could be in a bad spot. Bradley's in a worse spot as he gets CC'd up and taken down on the Akali. It's a 1-for-0 in favor of Respawn. Nice fight in the mid lane there. Just a little bit overextension from Bradley. Didn't have the health bar to be able to survive all that damage coming down from Xin Zhao and Leona and Azir. Of course, Sushi still making waves in the bot lane as Instinct roamed up, but Philip hitting level 6 could potentially be looking for just more damage onto the Sion, poking him entirely out of that laning phase. Insane stuff coming in from the side of Citadel, at least on the top side. But Respawn doing a great job to be able to stay neutral. Remember, we talked about this in the previous game. The big problem that Respawn had was that, especially around this 6 to 10 minute mark, they just started losing in lane. And if that's going to be a bit more consistent now, then that's going to be a big positive for them. Also, apologies if you can hear any birds in the background here. I don't know if that's picking up on mic at all. It doesn't look like it on OBS, but we get some birds here. So, Bradley, Shochi, both hitting level 6. Both looking to take some trades, but Bradley just going to be able to do a lot more in that exchange. Sushi continuing to pressure under tower. Sushi and Mixture have done a much better job in this lane of being able to control the tempo, shoving in and making sure this Misfortune doesn't have a great time. And we could be seeing Dragon priority here for Chad as we see the Void Grubs be prioritized by Armeo and Citadel. This has been a pretty regular trade for Citadel throughout the tournament. They have very much preferred Void Grubs to early Dragons. They feel like they can fight over later Dragons, get the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th rather than, you know, having to fight over the first one. That has very much worked out for them at this tournament so far. Actually going to be the bullet time just to clear the wave here, coming out from the Misfortune. Not really much else to use it on here, but eventually this Dragon will fall, and it does here, going in favor of Chad, going in favor of Respawn. And like we said, this is the part of the game where things get a tad bit easier for Shochi. His damage is definitely a lot more online now than it was in those early exchanges. He still definitely has to be a bit more careful, but has a lot more control of where this lane ends up going than maybe he did a couple of levels ago. And now, unfortunately for Philip, a lot of the a lot of the time period where he could just completely poke out the Scion without really any repercussions. It's not quite as easy to do now with Scion having so much tank stats, as they have so much HP, quite frankly. Bradley gonna pop ultimate in the mid lane as we saw there, but nothing to gain. He's gonna take a bit of a tower shot. Mixture could potentially be looking here on Instinct. Lens is once again gonna be popped very early on into the fight to avoid any Leona CC. And once again, it's a summoner for nothing in favor of Respawn. They're playing out this bot lane 2v2 so well throughout the beginning part of this game. Despite that, once again, Citadel still have a gold lead, although very minor, only about a 200-300 gold lead here. Most of that gold lead is going to be on, of course, both Philip and Armeo, due to their large CS leads in this game. But like I said, I feel like both of these comps are pretty similar. It's really just going to be about execution. You're not really looking at any specific things. I think you do get a bit more worried about the Respawn comp in terms of like skirmishes, like more chaotic skirmishes. I don't know if their comp is as built for those, but definitely could still win them. Not doomed by any stretch of the imagination. Sorry, I keep clearing my throat. Bad voice day for me. But game equalizing out a bit. Again, no objectives to really fight over, which means that there's not really a lot of reason for these guys to be playing super aggressive. The Void Grub pings are going to be coming down. They will spawn up in about a minute and a half. A little under now. And outside of that, I'm really looking for that one big Void Grub fight, because I think that that's really what's going to open up the rest of this game. Neither support is level 6 just yet, so roams aren't going to be quite as effective. They would love to hit that level 6 before this big fight coming around Void Grubs, or at least what I would assume would be a contest around Void Grubs. Perhaps Respawn want to give overall 6, but I do not think Citadel are going to just let them have the other 3. You see some pings coming out on the top side. Armeo potentially wrapping around on this Maokai. Sushi and Mixture could be in a little bit of trouble. The ult is going to come down, but Trevor is going to miss the hook. The root will land, and the bullet time is there, but the interrupt is absolutely perfect from Sushi. It doesn't matter, though. So much damage coming out from the side of Citadel. They'll pick up the kill onto the Ashe. It goes onto the perfect target with Instinct, and that's a really nice play for Citadel to be able to make. Of course, Void Grub spawning in about 20 seconds. Really nice setup for that. Sushi will be alive, but the arrow is now burned. That being said, all of the ultimates burned from all 3 members involved in that kill for Citadel as well. Philip continuing to just chunk out the Scion, continuing to build his lead in the 1v1. We'll see how relevant that can be as the game continues onwards, but Bradley now having to deal with a mid-game Azir, and just even more poke damage. Again, you can see it, it's barely tickling Scion at this point, but Philip is still going to have that prio, even if he's not going to be able to take advantage of it all that much. But Mixture could potentially be looking at trying to get on Bradley here. The Akali goes invisible, but is behind enemy lines. Could be in a really bad spot here, and he is. He's going to get knocked up, and he is going to go down. Kill goes over to Sushi, and the Feats of Warfare will once again go over to Respawn. That's a really nice kill in favor of Respawn. And once again, it's Bradley overextending. We saw that in the first big skirmish in the mid lane where the Akali was just a little bit too deep. It happens once again here where he just doesn't have the resources or the team support to be able to 1v4 on the back of a lot of these fights, especially after he's burned Shroud. And he's once again punished for it. Hook is actually going to land here from Trevor onto Mixture. Very tanky Leona, but Instinct does a lot of damage here at this point in the game. Not going to be able to take him down. Bradley is going to burn the teleport to get back into the mid lane. He does not have ultimate. If he did, I think we could potentially be looking at a more dangerous exchange here from Shochi, but Bradley will continue to look forward anyways. Shochi will just dash out. Nothing to worry about too much there. But as we kind of survey the game state now, we are still looking at, you know, a gold lead for Citadel, but again, it's very minor, a 200 gold lead. This is basically a neutral game at 12 minutes. A lot of that neutrality coming from the fact that Sushi has quite a bit of gold on the Ashe, is in a really good spot there. The Xin Zhao, Chad, is, you know, got a couple kills and assists under his belt. That being said, he is quite down in CS against Armeo and this Maokai. We see the pings coming down onto Mountain Dragon. This will be the second dragon of the game. If Respawn are going to be able to pick this up, that will give them some sort of out to play for in the late game that's pretty easy to be able to execute for them. We do see even more exchanges going down between Jace and Sion on the top side of the map, but unlike the previous game, this isn't quite as volatile as the Renekton into Ambessa matchup. Mixture looking to try and set up for this. We do see a teleport coming in. Dragon's getting low, about 3k. Arrow is going to land, but it's on Armeo. Trevor tries to lock up Chad, but it's Armeo who goes low very quickly. The bullet time comes out. It does a ton of damage to Shochi, and Bradley could be here to clean up the fight. Flashes over the wall, but Respawn are not in a good spot. Bradley dashing to the backside, but Sushi with some great positioning. He's going to trade 1 for 1. It's a 2 for 2 here, but Instinct is still alive. The damage is coming out. Does he have enough to be able to blow through? He does. It's a shutdown. It's a triple kill going over to Instinct on this Misfortune, and a brilliant fight setup capped off by an absolutely gorgeous bullet time. Whew. Whew. That was spicy. That was a fun one. That was a really cool fight. I enjoyed that one. Good setup. Really good setup by Trevor. Armeo tanking every bit of CC that the rest of the team had to offer. Eats that Ash Arrow, eats all of the damage at the beginning of that fight. That's what Maokai's for. That's what he's there for. Let him eat it all. That's a 4-0-1 Misfortune. Instinct is in a really phenomenal spot right now. It will be respawn priority here on the Dragon. Doesn't look like that's going to be matched at all. I think they understand that they're happy to give that over. They want to try and get this first tower on the top side. Looks like it will go over to Bradley. Maybe not quite on this push, but very shortly. You have Trevor just kind of hovering in the area. Does take a tower shot and is a little bit extended here. Mixture is on the top side, but doesn't look like they want to try and make a play with an Ash Arrow or anything like that. You see some pings going down, but Akali is just so safe in these situations, it's very difficult to get on top of her. Philip now, Shock Blast into Shochi. But really, this game has become quite obvious in terms of how each team ends up winning. This bullet time is going to do a ton of damage in these fights if you have good setup. For the Misfortune ultimate, that's going to absolutely shred through the entirety of that respawn lineup, including the Scion and the Leona. But specifically, if Instinct can land that on Sushi or Shochi, the fight is basically instantly going to be over at that point. First turret will fall on the top side in favor of Bradley and in favor of Citadel. Bradley still looking a bit more of a mixed bag here on the Akali. Definitely know him more for the control mages, but he made some big plays when they needed him. And we saw the vision in that previous fight, the setup, the burst that Misfortune can do, getting everybody on the enemy team with the right setup to very low health, and then using the Akali to be able to clean up those kills. The Ash Arrow gonna come out, but Philip does a great job dodging it. He's gonna get knocked up by the Scion, but the CC's still gonna come out. Armeo's gonna drop ultimate to try to get him out of there, and the root is gonna land, but Philip is just way too far forward. There's no way for him to escape this situation. He's gonna fall. The shutdown will go over to Chad. That's a 3-1-3 Xin Zhao now. A lot of those kills are getting him back into the game after that early gold difference, that CS differential against Armeo. Bradley continuing to try and punish Shochi on the top side. Ult will be used here, but he's not going to be able to get on top of Shochi. It doesn't matter. Trevor and Instinct are here to be able to clean it up. Bradley's going to be able to pick up the kill. That gets him immediately back into the game in terms of gold. That's a very important kill for him to be able to pick up. Not only does he have the solo first tower gold, but he now gets another free kill, and we've got some pings coming down onto the Rift Herald as well. Mixture could perhaps be a little bit overextended here. He's going to get hooked by Trevor, but absolutely nobody here to follow up on it. Misfortune's already back in base. The Akali is top lane. And as we check in on the gold differential, we are back to a 2k gold lead in favor of Citadel. It feels like every single game at the time of 10 to 15 minutes, we see Citadel just grow their gold lead by 2 or 3k. Every game. They are absolute masters at this section of the game. We'll see if they can try and fight over this Rift Herald, though. Armeo is in the area. We could see him want to contest. He is going to throw down a sapling, and he is sticking around. It doesn't seem like they want to give this over. Misfortune roaming up. Armeo going to watch as they end up smiting it down. Rift Herald will be taken. Trevor going to look for an engage here. He's going to land on a Chad. Going to try and force them into a tunnel here. The bullet time is going to come out, but Trevor's getting very low. The Scion immediately ults on top of the MF, so that full ult is not going to get channeled. Do they have enough damage to be able to break through? Bradley is on the back line, He's going to look to try and execute someone. Armeo going to drop ultimate here. He's going to get the root only on Sion and Xin Zhao. Not the targets they were looking for, but the Sion is still squishy. He will drop. The Leona will fall. Shochi is going to dash in, looking for the cleanup here, looking to take advantage of the rest of the damage. Chad will take down Bradley. And what happened? Philip blast cones over the wall to his demise. I'm not sure if he went the wrong way or if he genuinely felt like he could burst down that Xin Zhao first, but either way, it's a really nice pullback here from Respawn. It ends up being a 2-for-2 at the end of the fight, but a 2-for-2 and a mid-tier 1 in favor of Respawn, as well as grabbing the Rift Herald. You have to consider that fight in favor of the red side. Rip Phillip indeed. That was a very funny blast cone. That was a very funny blast cone. How you doing, John? All right. Well, now when you're looking at the game state, it gets a lot more interesting. Obviously, the gold lead is still there for Citadel. You're not really looking at a situation where they're, you know, losing a lot of their map pressure, but the concern now is Xin Zhao having so much gold and having basically free access onto your backline. Your entire comp, at least in terms of team fighting, is set up around the idea that Misfortune is going to be able to get enough of a bullet time off for Jace and Akali to be able to clean up the rest of the fight. And then obviously Maokai and Nautilus are going to be there to set it up. And if you've got a Xin Zhao that can just jump onto the Misfortune, that becomes a lot more difficult. So we will see. Setup is going to be happening around this dragon, which will be spawning in 13 seconds. It is third Drake. The Ash Arrow is going to come out. It will land on Trevor. Probably the best target for Citadel, but the bullet time going to try to equalize it. Cyan ult will land on top of Instinct. Trevor will be the first one to fall to teleport onto the back line. Bradley is on Sushi. Is he going to have enough damage to be able to execute him? He will. This is a very sloppy fight from both ends, but a Q comes out from the Akali, and it picks up 3 kills at once. One button, 3 kills, a cleanup on the fight for Citadel, and what looked like it might actually be a really good engage for Respawn ends up being a full turn in favor of Citadel. Bradley with an absolutely gorgeous fight. We've been criticizing the Akali throughout the game. We were wondering if he was going to be able to take over in these exchanges, and there he is. Bradley showing up when it matters the most. Getting onto Sushi in the backline, being able to execute him, and then getting amidst the cluster and just being able to obliterate the rest of the fight. Really great stuff. It will be the dragon taken by Citadel as well, which is super important to stop the dragon stacking of Respawn. Just a great fight for Citadel to take their lead from one that was a little bit more contentious into a bigger lead. It's a very similar story to what we're seeing in Game 1, and remember, this is an elimination game for Respawn. If they lose this game, they are out of the tournament. They will not be qualifying for the NACL. And that could have been the first nail in the coffin for them in terms of this game. Crazy stuff. Otacon will spawn on the bottom side of the map. Could have called that out earlier, but I was too busy recapping the fight there. Bradley now in a much better spot. We were concerned that he might not have enough damage to be able to follow up on these fights, but if that was ever a concern before that fight, it certainly isn't now, not only because we've seen him do it, but because he has so much gold from that fight now. Sitting at 5, 4, and 5. Has basically completely neutralized that gold lead that Shochi had throughout a lot of the beginning part of the game. Big play there. And that's the idea, right? Is Trevor and Armeo end up tanking all of the CC and dying first at the start of these fights. The bullet time goes off. They have to use all of their resources, either Cyan ult or Xin Zhao diving onto the backline to be able to interrupt the bullet time coming in from Instinct on this Misfortune, and then Bradley can clean up the rest of the fight. That's the idea. Did end up working really well there. We do see some posturing. I was taking a drink, but we see actually all of Ultimate's drop. Maokai Ultimate drop, bullet time coming in. Some damage coming out, but not nearly enough. Bradley's actually isolated on the back end of this fight. He has to ult out. Chad is taking up so much damage on the front end of this fight. He actually just is not going down. And Respawn is going to continue to push in. Nobody is going to fall, but a lot of people getting low when it comes to this 5v5 exchange. Both of these teams really want to try to prioritize this Otacon. Really want to be able to pick that up. You see the Herald dropped. Looks like it will be used to go bot lane. We'll see if Chad wants to try and pilot this. He does not, at least for this game. He did such a good job on it last game that I figured he would at least give it a shot. But now we're actually seeing an exchange where a lot of these ultimates are burned. Leona ultimate's still up. Very important to note that. One of the key ultimates, and one of really the only ultimate in the game that is still active. Of course, Jace, but not quite the same on Jace. Bullet time not doing as much damage as I expected. Yeah, bullet time is going to shred through, but the problem is that if you're not landing CC onto the Azir or the Ashe, it's not going to melt the Sion, the Xin, or the Leona. You need to be able to land that CC early on Azir and then hope that Bradley can get into the backline. Unfortunately, Bradley was a little bit early on that fight, and he definitely got spotted a little bit quickly. He got pushed out on the back end, which meant that he couldn't really funnel everybody into the bullet time. And unfortunately, that was just the situation. Doesn't help that Instinct went first side and Bloodthirster, but I can't really blame him with the comp that's available to him here. We are sitting here at 23 minutes. Otacon is still going to be a priority for these teams, but we're getting closer and closer to Baron spawn. Minute 15 on that. Just posturing here coming in from both sides. I imagine neither really wants to get into one of these exchanges that could be the game, especially Respawn. Remember, like I said, this is their elimination game. If they end up losing this, they are done. They lose another game in this series, they are wrapped. So they have to be very careful about the exchanges that they end up taking. It is a 4K gold lead in favor of Citadel here. I will say, though, if you really want to give Respawn a reason to be excited, you could argue that their front to back is easier to execute. That, you know, Sion Leona, in terms of interrupting things, is really positive. Ashe Arrow is going to go wide on Instinct there. Just going to use that burst of movement speed from the W to be able to get out of the way. But like I was saying, like Azir and Ashe might be easier to execute in a front to back when you have things like Sion and Leona to be able to disrupt the bullet time than hoping and praying that you can use the Misfortune and the Akali to be able to set that up. Baron has spawned here. 25 minutes. Bradley continuing to push on the top side. We are going to see a big fight here. Dragon is spawning as well. That is an objective that both teams have shown an abundance of priority in trying to get in this game. I think Respawn could potentially see that as an out for them. Ooh, we see Trevor's hook go wide. That could have been an engage that really did create a lot of problems for Respawn with Shochi not in the area. Lawrence will be TPing in on the Sion. This Dragon will be started up, but Sushi is going to get hit with that Shock Blast. And this Ashe is in a miserable spot. The poke coming in from Philip has absolutely decimated Sushi, and that's going to give full priority over to Citadel for this Dragon. They will be able to take it down. They will be equalized at 2 apiece. And it looks like they will be rotating up to the top side of the map here. I figured it might be a more of an Otacon angle for them, but it looks like they want to transition up to Baron. Chad understands that as well. At least want to get Baron priority. And another fight, sorry, going in favor of Citadel. It just feels like a lot of these exchanges are very positive, but we could be seeing another one here. Teleport coming in from Philip onto the top side. Bradley is going to be on top of Chad. The Xin Zhao burning down little by little. Philip is on the flank. Bullet time is going to come out, but no damage coming in. The ult coming in from Xin Zhao basically completely neutralizes it. Shochi going to teleport out of the situation, and the collapse that we were looking for, sorry, the mouse got moved. The collapse that we were looking for there for Citadel, or at least the one that they were hoping to get, they cannot find. Could potentially be another exchange here. Once again, a great job by Chad to utilize the Xin Zhao ultimate to the Crescent Guard to basically make sure that he's safe from that bullet time. Turret will fall in the mid lane, but we actually see a full engage coming in on top of Bradley. He's getting lower. The arrow will land on top of Armeo, and the Maokai is going to flash in and get on top of Sushi. Some damage will come out onto Instinct. Sushi getting very low, and what looked like a good bite for Respawn could be them retreating. Armeo is still low, but Philip will be able to take down Shochi here. Instinct flashing over the wall to try to get on top of Chad. No ultimate for him to stay alive here. Teleport coming out from Bradley to reset the fight, but Chad jumps on top of Armeo. It's a 2-for-1 right now. Sushi will fall on the other side here. Philip with a ton of damage to take down the Ashe. Lawrence and Philip going 1v1 at the bottom of this fight. Lawrence has to flash over the wall. Mixture is not in a good spot. It is supportal combat between Trevor and Mixture. Will he be able to make it out alive? It does not look like it. The slow coming in from Misfortune. The shutdown, the dominating kill coming in from Instinct. And once again, it's another fight going in favor of Citadel. Unlucky for Respawn. Philip doing work indeed. Another fantastic fight for Philip on this Jace. He's had a really great game. Done a really great job to be able to really be kind of the carry of this team. We're talking about how the Misfortune ultimate hasn't been quite as effective as maybe they were looking for. Bradley has certainly been caught out early in a lot of these fights and, you know, has a hard time being able to stay alive in a lot of these instances. It's really been Philip who's been able to make a lot of that damage worth it and really punish a lot of the overextensions that are happening from Respawn on the other side. Really, really great stuff. Really awesome stuff. That gold lead continuing to balloon. 54 to 47k. Mixture gonna try and clear as much vision as possible, but you have to imagine that either Otacon or Baron will be the next look here for Citadel. They have all of the pressure in the world at this point. It is their game to lose from here on out. But like I said, Citadel has not been the most consistent team-fighting team in the world. They've really relied upon like being able to capitalize on mistakes that the enemies make. And this isn't exactly the easiest comp to execute in the late game as well. So, no game is over until it's over. We've already seen Citadel throw bigger leads than this. That being said, they're playing at a super high level, especially over the course of the past few days. And I think they're in a really great position to be able to end this game out and end this series in 2, which would be massive. We talked about it. If one of these teams ended up getting a gigantic lead, that would be really in favor of them. Unfortunately, Shochi not able to get Gromp there as it resets, but Otacon will be started here by Instinct and by Bradley. We see Philip, Trevor, and Armeo potentially trying to chase down the rest of Respawn. Things coming down. Shock Blast will land on Sushi. And Baron will be started here by Respawn. They're going to call the bluff. They understand that the Misfortune is at Otacon, and they're going to make the call to go directly onto Baron. This could be a very dangerous call for them. It's getting lower. We do see the collapse coming in. The Maokai ultimate will be dropped. It will land in time. The roots are going to come out. Maokai is in the pit. This is getting lower, and it's going to be smited down by Armeo. He's going to be able to land it. Bradley onto the back line is going to be able to take down everybody. Chad will be the next to fall. It's a kill going down to Trevor. It's a triple kill for the Akali. Make that a quadra kill for Bradley on the Akali. And what looked like a very aggressive and very heads-up play from Respawn could be the nail in the coffin of their entire tournament run. An absolutely brilliant fight coming in from Citadel as they charge the base. They will be able to take this series 2-0. Unfortunately, this will be the end of the line, but Citadel, one of the tournament favorites, continues to stay alive, and they move on to round number 7. Wow, what a game. What a game. Oh, that's right. I don't get post-match if I spectate. A 2-0 for Citadel. Wowee wow. Wowee wow. Tempest ends up 2-0ing. PePeLaaLaa ends up 2-0ing, and so we could be getting into this next series very shortly. Whew, I did not expect that outcome, to be entirely honest with you. All right, I'm going to quickly throw to a BRB screen. I will be back in just a couple of minutes. Armeo back to LTA win. He's certainly playing like he deserves it. Really great series from them. We'll talk more about the end of that series when we get back. I'm going to quickly throw to a BRB. I will be back in just a couple of minutes for the PePeLaaLaa series. We'll be changing the title. We'll be going over all of that, but stick around for that. That's will be the stream for that. So stick around. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are back for our second series. And boy, am I pumped for it. Boy, am I pumped for it. I cannot wait for this. I cannot wait for this. Trying to get updates on the other series here. Once I have it, I'll let you know. Welcome, everybody. Welcome anybody who's joining for this second round 7 series now that the NACL broadcast is moving to a different series. If you're joining for the Citadel one, I appreciate it. But let's try and get this bracket up, shall we? Let's get this bracket up, shall we? See where everybody's standing after 2 games. We got 3 2-0s. Obviously, we covered the Citadel respawned one here as the official Citadel co-stream. Tempest, of course, taking down St. Clair, and as we see now, PePeLaaLaa taking down Ducky Getters 2-0. We will be covering Citadel versus PePeLaaLaa here on this channel. Shout out PePeLaaLaa. I don't think people expected them to make it this far. Certainly. I think this... If Citadel can beat Respawn, they can win this series. Let's be honest, guys. Like, if they can 2-0 Respawn and be the better team pretty clearly in that series, like, they're the best team in this bracket. I think Tempest is obviously the main competition. Friendly Fellas beat them earlier on in the upper bracket, but, like... We should be looking at a win here for Citadel. You don't want to take anybody too unseriously, but again, if you can beat Respawn and Galaxy, you can probably beat PePeLaaLaa. Would be my assertion at the very least. What do you guys think? Let's check out Dorado and Fisher. They're still going on, so... It is 1-1 there. Looks like Fisher is winning at the start here of game number 3. That's really interesting. That is really interesting. If Dorado loses this, that's definitely an upset. I think Dorado has been awesome in this tournament. I don't know what you guys think. I'm not sure if this is rolling start. I'll have to check here. We can check. It is rolling start. At least according to what I'm seeing. So, if it is a rolling start, that means that we should be looking at a start soon angle, since both of these series are done. The only non-rolling start would be NACL broadcast. But this one's not on the NACL broadcast, so I assume this is rolling start. We will have to see, though. I'm interested to see if Fisher can pull out the finish here. If Fisher ends up making it to, like, top 6, like, that's crazy. That's super cool for them if they do. I might have spoken too soon. Sword Blue is out. I don't need to commentate this game, but it is interesting to watch. What do you guys think? What do you guys think of the tournament so far? Are you surprised by any of the outcomes today? You surprised by any of these? I think I'm like tuning away right as a solo kill happens on the top side, by the way. Right as we get Ornn solo killing Renekton. Sure. But Tempest and Friendly Fellas is going to be... I think Tempest clears either of these two teams. Like, pretty clearly. Again, to me, it's pretty obvious. It's like Tempest and Citadel, and then... Like, it's probably Tempest Citadel here. Maybe I'm underestimating the fellas who have been really good here. Moosehater and Wixie are both very good players. We've seen what they can do at their best, but... And even Dogfans. Dogfans was 1 game away. 1 game away from NACL. Like, I don't want to count them out. It's not like they can't beat Citadel, but... You would imagine that those are the best teams left. Let me see if I can get, like, a true confirmation. See if we can get a confirmation on rolling start. Looks like it. It looks like it at the very least. If you guys can hear that outside, I do apologize. I don't know who is weed whacking right outside my front window. But not a great time for them to be doing that. In fact, maybe the worst time. But yeah, it does look like it's going to be rolling start. I am excited. Let's take a look back here. Again, I don't want to just like freeload the content, but it's the only game going right now. Here, I'm actually gonna mute Mike for a second and go see if I can fix this audio problem that's going on right now. All right, it doesn't look like it's gonna get easier. I'll just have to talk over it. Hopefully the mic's not picking it up all that much. I don't think it would be. But Fisher, man, dude, Fisher's looking good. Completely forgot there were games today. How have they gone? Citadel, here, we'll go over the bracket. Citadel 2-0 on Respawn. That was the big one that we watched earlier today. Citadel being able to pick up the win is gigantic. Citadel have looked really good in both games. I see them taking it. I agree. I think this felt like the best game, like the two best teams in the lower bracket, and Citadel beat them, like, pretty convincingly. And so I feel pretty good about that. Tempest was able to take care of St. Clair. Again, expected, but St. Clair looked good at this tournament. PePeLaaLaa picks up the 2-0 against Ducky Getters. This is an upset. Now PePeLaaLaa is going to have to go into Citadel. It doesn't get any easier for them, but I would imagine Citadel are very favorited there. You can't hear the outside. That's good. It is very loud to me, so I'm glad it's not picking up on the mic. But yeah, it's been a crazy day. We're just taking a look at Dorado and Fisher, the only game that's still going here. We do have rolling start, so we should be getting into drafts, like, soon. For game number 1 against PePeLaaLaa. But Fisher's kind of cleaning up right now. Fisher is kind of cleaning up right now. Super cool to see that. I did not expect Fisher to win this series. Nor did I expect PePeLaaLaa to win theirs. I thought we were for sure facing Ducky Getters. So we'll see. Citadel just feels like they're on fire right now. I would be shocked if there is a team that's, like, way better than them. But yeah, I think today's been good. Today's been interesting. This is a good time to plug. Let me see if I can actually pull this up. I need to BRB. Was it Stomp or somewhat close? The Citadel game? Both were close until they weren't anymore. Both were close until like 15, 16-ish minutes where Citadel got pretty big leads and then just kind of finished the game. Game 1, I think, went like 40. Like, Respawn did a good job of staying alive. They didn't have a gold lead in it, but they did a good job of, like, nullifying the push and keeping things active there. But game number 2 was a lot cleaner from Citadel. It definitely just felt like they were better. But again, let me go to BRB for a second, because I want to pull up. I want to plug. If we have this much time, I might as well plug, right? I might as well plug. If you don't follow me on YouTube, I am a YouTuber, first and foremost. I do stream, obviously, on Twitch here. I've been covering the OQs all month. But I am mostly a YouTuber, and we cover all professional league on this channel. Of course, First Stand has really been going on recently. So we've been covering every single day of First Stand. 4 hours ago, we dropped our semifinals overview of both of the best of fives that happened just a couple of hours ago. If you're interested in that content, go check it out. Like, these are long, like, basically daily podcasts. Hour, 45 minutes to an hour. Sometimes they're longer depending on how many games we have to cover, but if you're interested in that kind of stuff, go check it out. Like I said, we did post the semifinals analysis of First Stand already. Today, usually I would post that after stream, but I wanted to get it done before stream. So, if you're interested in that, check it out. I'll throw a link in chat. And if you're watching on YouTube, you're already there. So, if you're watching on YouTube, you're already there. So, yeah, just a little small plug. First Stand is the craziest tournament I've ever watched. It's been basically a dream from like a storyline perspective. Dude, Fisher is crushing. What is this? They're actually just crushing. Good for them. Dorado is like actually gonna lose here. That's crazy. But yeah, First Stand is crazy. It's been really cool, really fun to watch. I think K-Corp being in the finals after basically being eliminated the first 2 days is a crazy storyline. So much had to happen. CFO had to be so good, and then they still had to lose to K-Corp in the end, and all of that ended up happening. Top Esports had to be bad, and that ended up happening. So many crazy things had to happen for this exact result in First Stand, and we still got it, which is pretty cool. Yeah, but this game looks over. Like, I don't really see how you win this as Wukong Twisted Fate. Like a miracle Nico engage followed up by Ornn. Like, that's all I can really think of here for Fisher. It's kind of for Dorado. Looks kind of doomed. Again, we're just waiting on tournament code to be able to get in. Once they set up the game, I'll let you guys know. It's supposed to be rolling start, so I figured we'd be in already. But this is a really good time for First Stand or general LoL esports questions if you want them. If there's like anything you want to talk about that isn't the OQs, because once that second series starts, we're going to be locked in a little bit more on that. Let me know if there's anything to say. We do get the shutdown here onto the Renekton. Nice shutdown. Did anybody stream? I don't think anybody streamed the Ducky PePeLaaLaa series, did they? I don't think anybody streamed it. I would love to know how those games went. But, I don't think... I was looking at the stream schedule here, and I didn't... Nobody's listed for it, so... Alright, sorry, just checking some stuff. How's everybody's Saturday going? Finding stream topics is tough, man. I'm a YouTuber at heart, really. It's been a hectic week with First Stand. I'm used to watching a lot of League, but it's definitely been a lot recently. Oh, this play happened because of Minion Nico. That's funny. Yeah, just didn't get noticed amongst all the commotion. It's always fun when Nico passive gets used for something that's, like, genuinely cool. But again, like, I'm just shocked that Fischer is doing so well here. Collapse coming up here onto Zepri. But, this could be the game. This could be the game. Nukes is down. Oh, Sword Blue lives. That's crazy. Yeah, this game's doomed. I'm happy Isma got an LEC spot back, but I wanted UG on GX so bad. If I'm not remembering wrong, they got closer instead of him because of Visa stuff. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with UG, man. The Visa stuff is like a problem. I don't know what the deal is with UG. He absolutely should be a tier 1 player. Like, especially with like KC Blue picking up Yukino, like, you know, obviously JoJo going to Koi this offseason. It's clear that Europe is not scared of bringing NA talent over, and that they think that they can like do something with a lot of these players. But I don't know. The fact that he has a MIA residency but can't get visa is the most insane thing ever. Yeah, I mean, it's completely troll. Like, I feel so bad for him. Because it's actually just gatekeeping him a spot in tier 1. He would have been in the LCS or the LEC this year 100%. If that visa actually came through. But instead, alas, no visa. No visa. Was supposed to be on DSG, but got import tagged last second. Yeah, I remember. Like, I'm sure most teams contacted him. Like, quite frankly, if I'm even one of, like, the really good teams, I'm probably contacting UG. He would be an upgrade to most teams in the LTA. And in the LEC. He's a monster. Him being in tier 2 is honestly, like, I love tier 2. I'm the guy that will, like, go to bat for tier 2. But, like, him being in tier 2 is ridiculous. He is way too good for tier 2. It's just, it's not fair. It is not a fair system for him. Yeah, I mean, Dorado just doing anything they can to try and keep this game alive. This is a tough spot for them, man. It's 21 minutes. It's 21 minutes. This game feels over. I'm not even sure what you would do to, like, salvage this if you were Dorado. Check out the NACL stream as well. Oh, they're getting, like, a full BRB. Because I guess Dorado's not done. They're covering the other games, so. They're waiting for this game to end. The faster this ends, the better for them. But this is the only game going right now amongst the OQs, as far as I'm aware. Let me see if I can turn up the... It is on 1080p. As far as I'm aware, this is the only game going. Dude, Twisted Fate at 0 and 6 is really brutal. Wukong at 1 and 6 is really brutal. This is a tough game state, man. This is a very tough game state. Looks like Ornn's gonna die here. Maybe not, but the siege is just too much, right? Like, this game would have to go 40-ish minutes. Like, maybe longer for there to be a shot. Wukong or Nico engage is ridiculous, but where's the damage? Like, Varus has to be super fed for this comp to work. Or you have to win early, obviously, through Twisted Fate. But that didn't happen, so. Whoa. Hopefully, again, these games get rocking and rolling. That's a really good fight for Dorado. That's a fantastic catch for them. I don't know how they found that. Really great stuff. Just an overextension there from Fischer. Ends up really costing them. That's a huge fight for Dorado. Like, it doesn't, like, completely salvage the game or anything, but, like, those are the kinds of fights you have to find in order to win the game. Twisted Fate lives as well. Nice job. Okay. Remember, this is win or go home. This is 1-1. It's 1-1. Winner goes on, loser is out. So winner plays Tempest, and that's on the NACL broadcast. Of course, we'll be covering Citadel versus PePeLaaLaa on this broadcast. Baron taken here by Fisher. Again, as long as they close this game out even remotely cleanly, this should be unwinnable for Dorado. That would be my expectation at the very least. I wouldn't expect that this is super playable for them. Because I don't know how I would ever play this game out, you know? This just feels tough. But it's feeling, as we get closer and closer to the end of this game, it's feeling more and more like rolling start was a bit of a lie. That is maybe not the actual case of what we're getting here. That we might be waiting for the end of this game. Either that or we're getting a mandatory, like, 30-minute break. Which is very strange. Varus is not in that bad of a game state. I think they could win a fight if Fisher throw. Yeah, but that's the thing, right? Fisher have to throw, and they don't have to throw one fight. They have to throw, like, 3 fights. I mean, they did already throw one. And so I guess that's part of the counter. But, like, you'd have to get multiple fight wins. This could be another one. We'll see. The Nico ultimate's good. From Silas. Yeah, I mean, the Varus is in an okay spot. And they did win another fight, so that's 2 fights in a row for Dorado. Dude, if Fisher had this lead and threw it, that's absurd. The stun comes out. That's a 4-kill fight for Dorado. Wow, wow. Like, yeah, you're right. Varus is strong. I can't believe that there's even a chance. Like, the crazy thing is that, like, they still have to do it like 2 more times. Like, as bad as that fight is for Fisher, like, they still have to continuously keep doing that. They still have to, like, keep it up, you know? What even happened here? Did Pantheon just get caught out by himself? Pantheon got caught out by himself, and then eventually Rel goes in with him, flashes over, only gets 1 on the ult. The Yorn ult just, like, completely zones everybody out. The Nico ult's actually killer good. Keeps Silas from going in. And then, like, by that point, they just don't have enough damage. Like, they put all of it into nukes. And Varus just gets to free hit. Like, what even happened here? Very odd. Very odd fight. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Hold on, I didn't have it pop up. I'm not sure why. It should pop up here. Marisajo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome. Yeah, but if Fisher throws this, that's crazy. Fisher versus Tempest is a super fun series if that happens, by the way. Dorado versus Tempest is also very fun. Did that already happen? Am I trolling? Did we already get that? No, we got Dog Fans versus Tempest. That's who I was thinking of. That's who I was thinking of. Whew, okay. Okay, Fisher. Now's the time to close this out. Because they just have to sit in base. If they lose 1 fight, the game is over instantly. They get every objective for the rest of time. Like, again, none of them are spawning right now. Like, we have 3 minutes on Drake. We have 2 minutes on Baron. But, like, every objective for the rest of time is Fisher's. Because I don't think you can ever leave base if you're Dorado. I think they understand that. Look at this positioning. Bro, this is crazy. Camera work here is top notch. Shout out Titan. All right. Again, I'm hoping that we get up here soon. It's supposed to be a rolling start. I will continue to reiterate that for anybody who might be joining here. This is supposed to be a rolling start. So I would have assumed we would have started by now, but the fact that we have not started by now makes me believe that it is not going to be a rolling start. I think Varus is the most gold in the game and they're still down 7k. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. Silas is pretty strong. Silas is pretty strong. So is Pantheon. And we don't really know what the tower situation looks like in terms of plates and stuff. I've never seen a team be forced to sit there like that, Caleb. Yeah, that is, it sucks, man. Like, like you have to. There's nothing, I mean, perhaps you don't have to do that, right? But it's pretty laughable. There are options at this point. You just have to, like, hope and pray that you can win fights in your base enough to get, like, kind of neutral. Because if you get caught out, the game is over instantly. I think you could be more aggressive than what they're doing right now, but I think they're realizing, okay, well, we just give up all of the jungle camps. We just give up, like, all of the things that are on the map. There are no neutrals to take. Like, if we don't leave our base, what happens? They get our jungle camps. Okay, every time they push a wave into base, we just take it. Right? Like, you don't actually lose anything if there's no objectives on the map for just sitting in base, so I think that's kind of the thought process. You don't see, like, really good teams ever do that. Like, you don't see pro teams ever do that because they feel like they might be able to get a pick or something. But if your goal is to avoid disaster, then yeah, it's totally fine. Like, give over your jungle camps. Who cares? You know? I need Citadel versus Tempest. I have yet to watch Manui support. Oh, hold on. We'll discuss that in just a second. This is potentially the game ender. We see Fisher going for it, and Fisher got it. Yep, that's your lot. The shutdown does come in, but Varus can't do it all. He's trying, but he can't quite do it all. That's your game. X-Royal is still alive, but Fisher avoids disaster. Does end up going. We are in Champ Select. We are officially in Champ Select for Citadel versus PePeLaaLaa. I am not in Spectator for the lobby. I might try and get that for game 2 so I can watch draft, but I can still spectate from friends list. We'll be doing the same thing we did the last game. So we are getting into our game, but to quickly touch upon Tempest and Manui support, as Fisher ends up picking up the win here. To quickly touch upon, and congratulations, by the way, to Fisher. I want to give them a huge shout out. Let's go ahead and, hold on, I got a lot of things coming in right now. Trevor, sorry about that. We'll make sure we get you next lobby. Totally fine. I can still spectate from friends list. I just don't get to see draft here, which is fine. We'll talk about it when we get into game, and I'll talk about it when I can see it on spectator mode. I'll have to fill it out on my spreadsheet there, but we'll be getting in. Good luck, Trevor. But yes, what I was saying for Manui support, it's been a mixed bag. I think Manui's a really good player, and I think his skill set is very good for support. I was a big fan of the role swap for him, because I feel like he has really good, like, laning ideas. Like, and his team fighting consistency is pretty high, and I think that can come out better as a support than it does as an AD carry. It's not been great at this tournament so far, but he is still learning the role. I think when you're looking at their loss to Dog Fans, I'm not saying it was, like, just him, because there were a lot of problems going wrong there, but, like, I definitely think that was part of the equation. But I am interested to see how that works for the long run. So I'll let you know when they're out of Champ Select. It looks like they just got out. They're just getting in, so I should be able to spectate now. I can! Okay, let's go. Let's look at these drafts, shall we? Let's get this full screen while we do spectator delay. So it's Jax, Maokai, Victor, Corki, Nautilus versus Gragas, Volibear, Orianna, Ezreal, Karma. Citadel is on red side. Let me put this into my spreadsheet, as I do, because I'm a nerd. And that's, you know, I'm keeping track of some of this stuff for Citadel, so I can talk about it. but they're on red side here. I like this draft. I think, again, this is a lot of comfort. Volibear has been such a big pick for them. Volibear Orianna is super tough to deal with. Like, I don't know if it's going to be, like... I really like Vlad Orianna. I think that or Volley Orianna, sorry. I really like Volley Orianna specifically for this team. I think it plays into their strengths, and I think it gives them a late game out that they haven't traditionally had. Sorry, I'm trying to type all of these champions in while talking, and it's not a skill set I have mastered quite yet. But the Ezreal has been Instinct's best champ over the course of this tournament for sure. He has looked absolutely dominant on Ezreal. And Corki Nautilus, while a scary bot lane, is not, like, the scariest bot lane. You know what I mean? Like, there are definitely bot lanes I would be more scared of than that. Alright. Let me see here. Alright, we're done. We're locked in. I think, obviously, the out here is late game. Or, is late game, or early game. We're red side. The late game out for PePeLaaLaa is definitely late game. You're drafting Maokai, you're drafting Victor, you're drafting Corki, you're drafting Jax. They have basically no early game pressure. The reason I like Citadel's draft here is because not only do I think bot lane is in a really good spot, can blue play mid at all? We'll see. We'll see here. I actually don't think mid is gonna be like as bad here. I think bot lane is the hardest lane for blue side to win. I don't think Corki Nautilus is in a good spot into Ezreal Karma. Mid game. No, I don't think that they have, and I think their mid game is better than their early game for what it's worth. I think their levels like 1 to 6 are miserable. I think Volibear should have so much priority this game. Like, my first thought is just like, what do you do about Volibear? How do you stop Ezreal Karma from just like running every mid game fight? You know? You have so much poke if you're Citadel in this game as well. You kind of have a Jax win condition if you're PePeLaaLaa on the other side, if you're Cookie Crook, but like, I don't know, man. I don't really love this draft for PePeLaaLaa. I think generally when you index so heavily into late game and just like completely forget about the early game, I think that's generally bad. Here, let me I gotta turn off lo-fi. Gotta turn off the lo-fi, and I'll fix the thing here in just a second. But we are in game number 1. Citadel and PePeLaaLaa. Let me hide the respawn. Let me get this out here. We are on this side. Here. And here. And this is now a 0. Cool. All right. I am not a fan of the Victor in this draft. If they make like 35 minutes, though, it's scary. We are seeing a level 1 play directly onto that Victor, onto Toothbooth in the mid lane here. And we could be seeing the Corki try and turn this one around. Not much to do, though. Bradley ends up surviving. So does the Victor. Let me get YouTube chat back up. And let me clear this out. And let me do this. And let me do that. And now we can actually just watch the game. Okay, game number 1. Yeah, logo is kind of funny. This is going to be an interesting one. Once again, I think Instinct is in such a good spot to just, like, obliterate this game. Instinct and Trevor as Ezreal Karma. Like, how do you not look at that and get really scared if you are, if you're PePeLaaLaa? Like, what do you do against that for the most part in this game? I think this is such a great Ezreal game. Bradley matches the scaling for the most part of the Victor. Mid lane should be relatively passive. Of all the lanes, that's the one that I feel the least confident in is like a slam dunk for Citadel early. But Bradley's such a good laner that honestly, maybe it's not even that bad for them. We do see some fighting on the top side. This is like historically a very good Gragas lane. I don't think it's as good as it was like 4 years ago, but it's still a really good one. You can body slam him out of the jump. But we will see. Again, the early game's really important for Citadel here, and the mid game to that extent. Both of them are very important for Citadel, because having control of the map, I think, is really going to be what kind of dictates whether or not Citadel can play their own style. Because like I said, they are more of a poke comp than they are like a front-to-back comp, although their front-to-back isn't awful. Like if Gragas is going to go a little bit tankier, like you have Gragas Volibear, you've got Orianna Shockwave, you know, and Orianna Shields. So you could theoretically play these 5v5s, but I think it's definitely more about getting an early lead and then just controlling objectives for basically the entire game. But we are definitely cheering for Citadel here as the official Citadel co-stream. They're going to be taking quite a bit of damage on the top side. Nice trade coming in from Jax. Skies, hope you're doing well. Just a question, been playing League for a few years, but I still don't understand drafting and matchups well. Do you have any advice on how to get knowledgeable? Honestly, I think the best way I would say it for you, like, to grow as a solo queue player, if you're looking for that, is oh, hold on, I'll get to that in a second. Tooth Booth is going to be flashing over the wall. We get the Maokai in as well. Bradley is going to be locked up, locked down, and First Blood will be going over to the side of PePeLaaLaa. We get a trade deer down here on the bottom side as well. Sorry, Skies, I'll get to your comment in a second. Trevor getting rooted up. He's going to have to flash over, but Wonder is going to get very low. Instinct going to be able to take him down in a fight that looked like it was going to be in favor of PePeLaaLaa for a second. Is going to go in favor of Citadel. It's a 1-for-1 across the map. First Blood is going to go in favor of the victor, but you know, overall a 1-for-1 I think is fine. Again, sorry, Skies, I think oh, hold on, Armeo's gonna be making his way down. Sorry, so much action. For solo queue, I would definitely say pick one champion that you really like, or two champions, and learn their matchups so well that you know all of them. And then you can start branching out to more as you get used to more champions. If you just want to do, like, I want to be able to analyze pro games or things like that, then there are a lot of really good resources online that talk about matchups. I would go find a lot of one tricks and hear how they talk about specific matchups. That's kind of what I did many years ago, and generally a lot of it just comes from my own personal experience with these champions, but it definitely comes with time. I wish there was like an elite hack where there's just a website that has all of the good or bad matchups, but a lot of these things are contextual, unfortunately. But I would definitely start just by learning all of the matchups of one champion that you really like and then moving on. I appreciate it, Skies. I appreciate you liking the content. I've been seeing you in the comments section. I appreciate you watching. But, getting back to the game here a little bit. Not much going on. Not much going on in terms of the game so far. We got that early action, the 1-for-1 trade. Instinct, once again, still in a really good spot this game. We talked about how the Ezreal was probably the biggest problem for PePeLaaLaa to deal with in this game, just based off the fact that they don't really have any way to deal with him in fights in the mid game in particular. Like, you're looking at Corki, not going to be able to out-duel him. You're looking at Victor, not going to be able to keep up to the Ezreal in terms of the mobility. And you're looking at the Maokai, who probably doesn't have a chance to be able to get on him in the first place. Even the Jax is going to have trouble being able to shut down this Ezreal. That's where they're going to find a lot of their advantages. And the poke just keeps coming down. Instinct has been phenomenal in lane. I would expect this to be a bit of a bot gap in favor of Citadel. Just some vision coverage coming in from Nautilus and Corki here. Trevor just going to continue to put the pressure on, though. This Karma is another reason why this bot lane just becomes infinitely more difficult. You know, Bradley falling for First Blood was obviously not ideal, but look, he's up 11 CS in the mid lane. You know, that's what Bradley's been doing. Regardless of whether or not he falls down in some certain plays, he is almost always going to be able to make it worth it. We do see Victor kind of catching that wave on the top side as Jax is attempting to make a play onto Philip. Doesn't look like the play is going to be made, though. Nautilus look is going to go wide. We do see Dredo coming down for a potential gank. Trevor could be in a really bad spot here. No flash for him. Just going to get rooted up. Going to get taken down. A really nice gank timer coming in from the Maokai. Very easy execution there coming in, knowing that he has no flash to be able to get out of that situation. Alexis now. Cookie Crook looking for something here. Gonna be trying to fight, but he gets solo killed. He flashes away. It does not matter. Philip's gonna be able to take him down. The body slam, as well as the empowered auto attack, is gonna be enough damage to be able to solo kill him. Philip once again putting on a top lane clinic in this game, picking up yet another solo kill. And meanwhile, Armeo is going to be able to pick up that first dragon of the game, the Infernal Drake. We could be seeing a play onto the Victor in the mid lane now. We could be seeing some revenge for the gank earlier. Trevor and Armeo making it happen. Kill will go over to Trevor, and the Feats of Warfare will go over to Citadel as well. Really nice start to the game for them. There are definitely avenues here. I think Dredo's had a pretty good early game on the Maokai, and generally the onus is more on Citadel to be able to win early when it comes to these two comps, because you're basically looking at exclusively scaling champions on the side of PePeLaaLaa. But with Dredo only hitting 6 now, All the objectives kind of going in favor here of Citadel. They got all 3 Void Grubs. They end up grabbing first Dragon as well. They're up a kill. They're up about 1k gold here at 7.5 minutes into the game. A lot of that gold is in the right spot. The Volibear is super far ahead. The Orianna is in a pretty good spot. Ezreal is in a really good spot. This is looking like a pretty good start to the game for Citadel. More trading on the top side. Instinct just going to be able to catch this wave under tower, although Corki's taking quite a bit of damage. So is Instinct. A little bit of an okay exchange there. Barrier is going to get popped to try to make this exchange a little bit better, and in fact, Dad Wonder's going to be there. He's going to be able to burst him down. Boy Wonder going to be able to pick up the really nice assist there as Instinct ends up falling. A little bit of a mistake made by Instinct, maybe not recognizing or realizing that the Nautilus could be in the area, but once again, we continue to see Philip put on a masterclass in the top lane. Is the Jax going to be able to get out the flash? Body slam says no. It's another solo kill for Philip on the top side of the map. Another really nice play for him. Philip just looks like an absolute monster here. Sorry, let me handle this real quick. We're getting a lot of spam bots here today. A lot of spam bots in chat here today. Philip going to continue to get even more on the top side. He acquires a plate here. Oh, I didn't put YouTube back up. Let me... There we go. The YouTube pop-out chat. I need to get it back up. All right. Now we are back. 1k gold lead here for Citadel. Philip is sitting in such a phenomenal spot. 2-0 on the Gragas. Both solo kills early on into the game. Mayo going to try to contest over this blue buff. Is not going to be able to get it. It's going to get stunned up by the Nautilus, and a lot of CC is going to come down. But Trevor is in the area. The Volibear is going to have to ult out. The Ezreal ult is going to land, but not enough damage to really make the most of it. Victor ult will be dropped, will be utilized there, but nothing to actually gain. Dragon is not spawning. Was just a bit of an aggressive engage to try and take advantage of, you know, maybe some timers there for Armeo. Does burn his ultimate, but a couple of ults burned on the other side as well. More trading going down in the solo lanes. Nothing too unbelievable. Philip and Alexis now. Jack's gonna jump in once again. Cookie Crook. Philip, once again, gonna get the better end of that trade. Another really great ultimate. The Jax is getting lower and lower. Is gonna jump out. No flash here for Philip to be able to body slam him this time, but we are seeing this Jax get punished on the top side. The hook's going to go wide here from Nautilus. Trevor going to try to get the chains down, but will not be able to lock it in. Dredo with another really nice timer. The Corki is going to dash in, looking for enough damage to be able to take him down. Instinct going to get CC chained. The root's going to come down. The knockback's going to come in. And Boy Wonder is going to be able to pick up the kill on the Nautilus. Instinct, once again, just a little bit too far forward here. We could be seeing a full exchange. Jax is going to pop the ultimate on the top side here. Philip going to get stunned up. Do they have enough damage to be able to take him down? We'll cut back to that in a second because the Victor is in a horrible spot as he gets rooted up by the Karma. Completely out of position. Armeo is going to be able to take him down. And as we see on the top side, that exchange didn't go too well for Jax. I'm not exactly sure why. Jax continues to feel like he can take a lot of these trades. It's only going to get worse and worse for him as this game goes along. Armeo potentially trying to make a play on Nautilus on the bot side, but a nice hook buffer ends up getting him out. But this top lane matchup is going more and more in favor of Philip the longer this game ends up going. Continues to shove in this wave, basically forcing this Jax to stay in lane, not be able to back, not really be able to play this out at all. Really nice start here for Citadel. And we talked about the gold lead. It's up to about 1.5k at around 11.5 minutes. Maybe you wanted it to be a bit more than this, especially around bot lane, but you certainly can't complain too much. Things could definitely be going worse. Instinct going to continue to clear the wave. Teleport coming in on the top side, but we just have the Gragas waiting there for it. He's going to get stunned up by the Counter-Strike. Armeo is in the area, though. This could be another play for the top side here. Oh, really good flash coming in from Cookie Crook. That kind of keeps him alive in that instance, but a lot of resources expended towards taking down this Jax on the top side. Jax is definitely one of the outs here for PePeLaaLaa the later this game ends up going. Of course, their team fight is still really good, but a Jax split push could be a very easy win condition if they are able to get it online. That's looking less and less likely as this game continues to go along. Also worth noting, Cosmic Drive first item here for Volibear. This has become the standard outcome for volley. Dredo is going to be able to pick up that dragon. First for PePeLaaLaa, second of the game, so no dragon stacking for either of these two teams, at least sitting here at 12.5 minutes. Void Grubs, though, will go over to the side of Citadel. That has been the objective that they've prioritized throughout this entire tournament. They have really tried to get as many Void Grubs as possible, and getting 6 in this game is definitely big in their favor. Perhaps a Death Bush trap here for Trevor that he is going to walk into. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to get rooted. The Maokai ultimate will come down. He will continue to be CC chained, but the damage is just not there. He's going to be able to walk it out, and Armeo is going to try to make a counter play on the top side. Speaking of counter, the counter strike coming out from Jax, but the damage is just too much. The stun will come up. Armeo is going to have to burn the ultimate to shut off the tower, but it is going to be more than enough for them to be able to pick up the kill. He'll be able to make his way out, and overall, yet another successful play. A 1-for-0 across the map with nothing happening on the bottom side. And this tower is going to fall already at 13 minutes, going to Philip. This top lane matchup has very much been spiraling out of control, and Armeo, after having a phenomenal first series against Respawn, Philip, after having a really great game number 2 on the Jace against Respawn, both of them are showing up once again here in the second series of the day.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Ooh. Citadel continuing to grow that lead. Last we looked, it was 1.5k, sitting a lot closer to 3.5k now, after the plays that have been made. But I want to reiterate, as much as we're talking about how well these lanes are doing, because, you know, Philip might be up 1,000 gold by himself at this point, and even Bradley might be up a ridiculous amount considering the fact he's up like 35 CS. You know, as much as we're talking about these differentials in terms of, you know, where this gold is coming from, the onus is on Citadel in this game to end it as quickly as possible. The more this game becomes neutral in terms of combat power, the more that actually favors the comp of PePeLaaLaa, at least in my opinion, the later you go here, as they've invested heavily into that in the draft. A really nice trade from Instinct, and that could actually set up a dive here. Dredo is going to be here to try and dissuade it, and in fact, Armeo will be making his way down. We could potentially see a 4v3 here. 4 members of PePeLaaLaa are going to be here trying to catch out Instinct and Trevor from being a little bit over-aggressive, but it is going to be just the disengage. It's really hard to collapse on Ezreal and Karma. And meanwhile, Orianna just split pushing in the mid lane. You've got Gragas just taking tier 2 on the top side basically for free. So much coming in, so much map pressure. Teleport will be burned here by Victor. And this could be a pretty bad spot. Armeo does have ultimate if they want to look for this. The Maokai ult will come out. The heal is going to get popped, and that actually gives them enough movement speed to be able to dodge the Maokai ultimate. So heal for ult. Bradley keeping up his insane laning stats. Indeed, Bradley has been absolutely unreal in lane throughout this tournament, specifically in this exact range, like the 10 to 18 minute mark. Like typically he's going into 10 minutes with a pretty neutral game state and walking out of it in a really good spot, but yet another ult coming out from Philip on this Gragas to put this Jax into a rough position. The flash body slam is still available, but he does not need it. The cask will be the 3rd solo kill for Philip in this game. He is absolutely dominating on the top side of this map. And he could be setting a trap here for the Corki. Things might not be over just yet. The body slam is going to miss just barely. If he ends up landing that, he probably does secure the kill, but unfortunately not able to land it. Indeed, Philip has been absolutely unbelievable so far this game. 3 solo kills on the top side of the map. You know, a free turret on the top side. He's got half of the tier 2 down at 15 minutes. Unbelievable stuff coming in from Philip. And this gold lead continues to get bigger and bigger. Things are getting more and more dire for PePeLaaLaa. You know, we talked about their scaling and how they had that out in the later part of the game, but the problem is you gotta get there. And right now, it just doesn't feel like they have the ability to be able to keep up with Citadel in a lot of these minor exchanges to be able to get themselves there. Blue Wonder gonna clear the ward. You have Rift Herald started here by Citadel. Herald will drop down to 5k. This will be completely uncontested. Dragon is spawning in 45 seconds, more than enough time for both teams to be able to set up around it. Could be a big dragon to kind of determine where a lot of the priorities for the back half of the game are going. Philip still split pushing topside. He does have access to that teleport, but it is going to be the engage here onto Bradley. He's going to drop the shockwave onto the Victor, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like he is going to fall here. The smite will come down. Toothbooth will pick up the kill on the Victor. Will be a 1-for-0, but Jax kind of jumping in, trying to get a 3-man counter-strike there. Could potentially be taken advantage of by the root coming in from Trevor. But no damage follow-up there. Don't want to try and risk anything too much. It was a nice pickup right before Dragon spawn, but it's actually going to be the full engage coming in here from PePeLaaLaa. They're going to look on Armeo, but the Jax is getting very low very quickly. The disengage coming in very efficiently from Citadel, barely taking any damage in this exchange. Really great job from Citadel to basically neutralize that entire engage. Corki going to be taking a ton of poke, but he's going to be putting out quite a bit on his own front. Trevor and try and disengage this. Remember, Armeo did back. The teleport is going to come down to the bot side for Philip. He could potentially be looking for a flank here around the dragon. All of this is to set up priority around that dragon. Armeo going to be making his way down as well. This will be a fight, I imagine. Doesn't look like either team wants to give this over for free. That being said, perhaps PePeLaaLaa realized, we didn't actually get our play to work. Maybe we give this over for free. You never really know. But Philip going to keep adding onto that gold lead. Going to be acquiring tower gold once again in the bot lane this time. He is incredibly accelerated. He's 50 CS up. He's got 3 solo kills. He's got 2 full turrets. He is in a really dangerous spot here. Gragas is incredibly strong. And Dragon will go over to the side of Citadel. That will kind of put a timer a bit on PePeLaaLaa. I imagine that that Soul Dragon here is going to be pretty important considering it's going to be Ocean. An Ocean Dragon to Gragas with this much gold is going to be a bit of a problem, especially considering the Jax is basically non-existent in this game. Isn't really going to be a factor really at any point. There's really no reason for Philip to not just be the biggest influence in a lot of these team fights. His ultimates have been incredibly on point throughout this entire game. He's been really greedy and aggressive and looking for, engage plays, and they've all really worked out. This gold lead is now ballooned to about 5k in favor of Citadel at about 19 minutes here. Otacon will be spawning in just over a minute. Certainly that's something that matters for the rest of this game, but we will see if any action happens before then. You see Boy Wonder have to get out of here, but it's actually going to be Armeo slamming down on the turret to try to make a play here. Just going to use that ultimate to secure that mid lane tier 1 to open up the map a bit more. We once again see Jax attempting to engage on the top side, this time into Bradley, who does have the shockwave available. He is going to use it. A lot of damage going down. Once again, he's going to try to jump in to get this trade to be as consistent as possible, but the problem is he just doesn't have the damage, and Bradley's just going to solo kill him now. Absolutely ridiculous. It's another solo kill in favor of Citadel. Once again, onto the Jax in the top lane. It is a game to forget for the Jax up there, as he's been solo killed 4 times now across this game, but Bradley wanted to get in on the solo kill party, and he does exactly that. Check that guy's PayPal. It's certainly been a questionable Jax game. That is absolutely for sure. But we will see, how much further can you fall in terms of gold deficits on the Jax. At this point, kills mean less and less. He's basically worth a long sword. Ruinous Otacon has spawned in the bot lane. That's important to note. Honestly, I wasn't necessarily expecting that, considering we just talked about all the solo kills happening on the top side of the map. But it will be spawning on the bot side. Trevor is in the pit, potentially looking for the Nautilus to be a little bit over-eager, potentially over-aggressive here. Not going to happen. We do see Philip now looking onto Victor. He's going to get stunned up. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to take full advantage of that. He's just going to get poked out a little bit, but he is so tanky, so ahead right now that it's difficult to even imagine a situation where it's punished, but we actually are seeing a full fight here. Trevor's going to go low early, but the teleport is coming in from Bradley from the top side. He's going to get here much later than maybe expected, though. He finally will, though. The shockwave is going to land. Philip is getting very, very low on the back end of the fight. It looks like he's going to be the first one to fall, but he's actually going to be able to make it out alive because of the Karma Shields. He's going to be able to survive. The dunk's going to come in from Armeo with the Volley Bear ultimate to take down the Jackson. What looked like it was going to be a very bad fight for Citadel is turning on its head. Boy Wonder is going to fall on the Nautilus, and it looked like that was going to be a disaster for Citadel, but Armeo flashing forward, getting the stun down onto Corki. Does he have enough damage to be able to break through? He does not. He's going to get shut down, but it doesn't matter. The setup was there. Philip now getting very low, but Dredo's going to have to run away on the Maokai. Tooth Booth is going to have to get out and flash as well. It doesn't matter. Instinct Ult finds the target, and that's a 4 for 1 in favor of Citadel. About as perfect of a fight as you could ask for. The unsung hero of that fight. It's not even over. Trevor and Philip are going to continue. Trevor will trade his life in a solo kill to make sure that Victor goes down, to make sure they get all 5. But the unsung hero of that fight was absolutely Trevor. Those Karma Shields were absolutely ginormous for allowing basically the entire team to be able to live the exchange. Philip looked absolutely doomed at multiple points during that fight, but those Karma Shields just came in super clutch. The Orianna Ball as well, doing a lot of the heavy lifting there. And that's really the problem. If you don't have enough burst on this team to be able to instantly break through this team, Orianna shields, Karma shields, all of the damage that's now coming in from a fed Gragas, from Instinct on this Ezreal. This is his best champion that he's always done a ridiculous amount of damage on. It's so difficult to imagine a world where they're down this much gold and still able to compete in a lot of these fights. And that's what we're seeing here. Not me losing my voice in game 3. Instinct potentially jumped on here by the Jax, but there might be another mistake from the Jax if he were to have gone for it. Otacon is going to get started up. A lot of poke coming out. Remember, this team has a ridiculous amount of poke, and if Armeo makes the decision to go in, it could be dangerous. Maokai going to drop ultimate. Ezreal going to be able to land everybody, but the shock blast, the shock wave, I should say, is coming out from the Orianna. It's going to land onto 4. Gragas will be the first to fall. It's a 1-for-1 for now, but Otacon still in control of Citadel. We will see if they're going to be able to push it down. 5k, going lower and lower. This could potentially be a smite fight. In fact, Citadel is going to be backing out here. They don't want to give this over. Armeo looking to try to get in, but a really nice stun coming in from Jax. Do they have enough damage to be able to burst it down? They don't. This is going to be a 50-50. 11. It's going to be claimed by PePeLaaLaa. That's a gigantic pickup for them. It's ruinous Otacon, so they can play super aggressive here. They're going to pick up as many of those roses as they can. Instinct is going to arcane shift forward, looking for as much damage as he can possibly find, but the escape pattern is on for PePeLaaLaa. Dredo might be sacrificed to the wolves here. He will be. He's going to go in, try to buy as much time as possible. It will be 1 taken down in favor of Citadel, but a very sloppy fight for them. A 1-for-1 that turns into a 2-for-1, but they give over Otacon. Does look like they will gain the dragon as a secondary objective here, but things could have definitely gone better for Citadel in that fight. Wow. I did not expect that fight to go like that. That was a big shockwave from Bradley. I thought, after that setup, like, how do they lose that fight? But they just didn't have the damage. Philip got bursted down. Trevor wasn't there for the shield that time, and so he just wasn't tanky enough to be able to survive as long as maybe they wanted him to, and at that point it becomes more difficult. Instinct gonna stop the back here of Corki. We see game state kind of neutralized out with Dragon and Otacon both gone. Baron spawns up in about a minute, but definitely not going to be quite as immediate of a need as maybe we've had with some of these other objectives recently. Philip continuing to pressure out on the top side here. Understands that he can basically push these waves in for free. Doesn't really have to be too concerned. Armeo continuing to steal as much as he can away from Dredo on this Maokai. Instinct just clearing wave, but once again, Baron is the next big objective. We are on Soul Point. That will be about 4-ish minutes away. Dredo could potentially find something onto Trevor here, but not really a lot of damage follow-up. Maokai's not going to be able to pick off, you know, a Karma by himself. Instinct going to have to Arcane Shift out, taking a lot of damage from the Corki. You know, as much as we talked about how Instinct should be in a good position, we've basically gotten to the part of the game now where a lot of PePeLaala's comp is coming online, where things are definitely getting a bit more, you know, difficult to be able to deal with. Their front to back is more consistent. You know, playing around the Victor and the Corki with the Maokai and Nautilus as engaged for the front line, definitely something that is a little bit more consistent. Pockets, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the game. We do see Armeo potentially collapsed upon, but again, no follow-up. If it's Nautilus and Maokai, you don't have to be too scared if you're the Volley Bear. More than enough health to be able to survive anything that happens there. We will see if the dance ends up happening. We see the Jax coming back from base. Bradley is looking to set up Dredo. Gonna be looking to scout out the area as much as possible. Ezreal will just use to try and get as much knowledge and vision as he can. But it looks like the dance will be happening. It looks like a fight's going to be going down. The hook is going to land on top of Trevor. So will the Nautilus ultimate, and a lot of damage is coming down on top of the Karma, but he will be able to flash out. Teleport coming in from Philip. He's immediately going to get hooked into the middle of this fight, and he doesn't really have the health to be able to survive. The Shockwave is only going to land on 1. This is a perfect fight for PePeLaaLaa, but will Instinct be able to pull it back? Trying to put out as much damage as possible, and he continues to Arcane Shift forward. Dredo's getting low, and Bradley is going to be able to pick up the kill. These slow and steady fights are in favor of Citadel. The double kill going over to Bradley on the Orianna, and what looked like a good engage once again from PePeLaaLaa just isn't enough. They don't have the damage to be able to burst down Trevor at the start. They can't finish off Philip. And all the while, Instinct is just pumping out damage on the Ezreal to get everybody as low as possible. Bradley is finally able to clean up the fight, and that will be Baron going over to the side of Citadel. Victor is here, so is the Nautilus. They're looking to re-engage, but they're way too far forward by themselves here. This looks like a desperate play. The Gragas ultimate's gonna come out. Victor has to flash out of this, but the chase could continue. The Nautilus hook is gonna land on Orianna. Bradley potentially in a rough spot. The Shockwave is gonna come out, only land on Nautilus. The shutdown will go over to Corki, and he actually pick up two, picking up Instinct here as well. They will trade off Corki's life for it. The root will come down onto Victor, but that will be a 2 for 2. Baron still going over to the side of Citadel. Armeo potentially still chasing the Nautilus here, but Dredo is now here for some potential lockdown. Trevor going to be able to try and help Armeo get out of it, but this could be even more of a fight. Jax has arrived. We will see if this 3v3 continues. It looks like it's just the tanks kind of, you know, battling each other right now. Trevor emote spamming as he's CC chained on the outer skirts of this fight, but a very, very chaotic game for both of these teams. I would have expected nothing less from these two in particular. Really, really nice slow-paced fight there from Citadel to start everything off. I wish I could do replays, but really nice slow-paced fight to start everything off. They played it so patient. They were able to get Instinct into a good position, and then Bradley was able to clean up on a lot of those exchanges because they burned everything on trying to kill Trevor and Philip. And then obviously things end up being a little bit overeager for them around Baron. It looked like they had caught out both the Victor and the Nautilus, but Corki is able to turn that around. The output and the damage that Corki is able to do at this point in the game is massive. You definitely can't underestimate that. But still very much a win for Citadel. They have 3 Barons active. More than enough to be able to influence the game. It will be Dredo that's getting chunked out here. It could be looking at Boy Wonder also getting collapsed upon. Dredo going to flash out, but the teleport's going to come in. This is a very precarious teleport spot for Jax to be in. He's going to have to jump over the wall. He loses half his health at the start of the fight, though. Philip now going in the midst of all 3 of the enemy members. The Jax is going to burn down. Instinct will be able to pick up the kill. The Maokai ultimate will drop, but Philip is unperturbed. He's going to continue to dive atop the Victor. He will fall. Ezreal will pick up yet another kill. Philip will probably sacrifice his life. No, the stopwatch coming in clutch. Dredo is getting low. Corki will be the next target of Armeo on the volley bear here. The shockwave comes out. It's an ace for Citadel in the base here, and that is more than likely going to be your lot for game number 1. The teleport coming out from Philip on the Gragas. They will be able to take down this turret. The inhibitor will fall next. The death timers are just too long. Baron minions are collapsing. That will be game number 1 for Citadel. That was their best fight of the entire game. They played it so well. And they will be taking game number 1. Kat, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Good guys win indeed. Good guys win game number 1 indeed. Now they're just playing with their food in base. Seeing how much damage they can put out as these minions take down the Nexus. Save the kids. Yes, indeed. Good guys prevail in game number 1. Big game number 1. Big game number 1. Holy. Good game from Citadel, too. It looked like things might get a little bit precarious. We've known that their late games aren't the most consistent thing in the entire universe, but that was a pretty darn good game, all things considered, for Citadel. They're up 1-0 now in this series. Let's check out and see. Let's switch over here. Check out and see if that game is over yet. No, game 1's still going. Let's not have 2 of them up. Just curious. Fisher's actually winning in game, I mean a little bit. Fisher's winning by a little bit here in game number 1. But if Fisher ends up beating Dorado and Tempest today, that's absurd. If it's Fisher versus Friendly Fellas for that final spot, that's crazy. So I'm excited to see that. I'm going to take a quick break before we jump into game number 2. I'm going to head to the Be Right Back screen. I'm excited for game 2. Hopefully we get as good of an outcome in game number 2 because game 1 was a lot of fun. I'll see you guys then. All right, we are back. We are back. Honestly, I'm just going to throw it to the NACL stream. We're allowed to look at this now, this week. Fisher's winning. Fisher is, like, actively winning. What an upset that would be if Fisher ended up winning this series. That would be insane. If Fisher take down Dorado and Tempest on the same day. Dude, shout out Fisher. Shout out Fisher. I was hyping them up before this tournament, but I've been even more impressed than I could have possibly imagined with them so far. Like, it's actually been absurd how good they've been. Ult coming out from the Nocturne. Yeah, that is a dead Victor. Ooh, they overchased though. Did Citadel win game 1? Yes, they dominated game 1. They dominated game 1. It was not close, and we were waiting for game 2. We are waiting for game 2. Once we get into that, obviously we'll go to that. But for now, we're watching a little bit of Tempest and Fisher. But this has been a really fun day of games so far. We basically had no boring ones. We had 4 separate solo kills. Philip got 3. I don't know how many people watched all of last game. Philip got 3 solo kills this past game. As Gragas into Jax. I mean, he was a monster. Like 3 different in-lane solo kills. Absolutely absurd stuff from Philip. Manui on Maokai is interesting for this game. And again, once we get into game number 2, we'll have all of the stuff updated on the screen. Do not worry. Do not worry at all. So we will see, but again, like, looking at the bracket, the reason this game is so interesting is the winner of this takes on Friendly Fellas. And, like, as much as I love Fellas and Dog fans, like, these are winnable series for both of these teams tomorrow. Like, very winnable series for both of these teams. So, you know, if Citadel ends up walking out of here, like, 2-0 again. Remember, they've not yet dropped a game at all in the lower bracket. They went down to lower bracket in round number 2. Like, they've had to play since round 2. And since then, they've not dropped a single game in lower bracket. Like, this team has just been utterly dominant. Why do I have 2 NACL streams up? Sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. It was probably Aegis or Titan earlier. Teleport to the top side here. It's a very bold teleport from Aurora. Like, we'll see if this is worth it. I mean, they're gonna get the kill, but, like, they're gonna get collapsed upon. Do they not just die here? Does he get out? Does Aurora get out? No. Yeah, this is, like, doomed, right? Oh, well, you know, 2 kills are fine. 2 for 2 is fine. That looks like it was gonna be a horrible play. Good flash, though. Good flash, indeed. Again, once we get into lobby for game number 2, I'll let you guys know. Hopefully this time I get invited. Cough, cough, Trevor, if you're still in stream. Hopefully this time I actually get to watch draft. Either way, it doesn't matter. But we'll still be able to watch the game. Fisher's looked good, though. Unfortunately, it does seem like they are throwing game number 1 a bit here. They were in such a good spot. I mean, it makes sense that their late game's more difficult. They have to play into Maokai, Victor, Zyra. I can see why that's maybe a bit more difficult for them to deal with. They don't necessarily have like a hyper carry or anything like that in the back half. Still, Tempest has not looked like the Tempest you would think they would be. I don't know. I've been surprised by the tape I've watched from them, for sure. I think some of these teams have been overhated in terms of like losing a series and then, you know, get like not looking perfect throughout the entire tournament. But maybe I'm just a defender of Citadel, right? We will see. We will see indeed. I imagine game 2 shouldn't be too long. I don't know if it's different for the later rounds here, but usually we didn't have more than like a 10-15 minute break in between. So but this is a Varus game. We've seen multiple Varus games today where it's like you either win with Varus or you lose with Varus. It's crazy how much gold that champ is getting right now. Like how much faith teams are putting in him being a primary carry. Obviously, like Dark Wings is going to be fine, but like he'll be relevant in this game. But like I would feel good about this game. I would feel good if I was Tempest. I feel like you're in a better spot. If you get Ocean Soul, it's basically GG. It's basically GG from there. But today's games have been fun. Citadel is starting to get back to their Citadel ways of playing super risky, super greedy, and getting away with it because they're just better than the people that they're playing into. That was what made them so fun at the beginning of the tournament. I think they still have the bloodiest game. I think their game versus Oakland, like their first game of the tournament is still the bloodiest game of the tournament. 84 kills. If it's not the bloodiest, it's certainly up there. I mean, 84 kills is absolutely ridiculous. It's certainly within like the roundabout realm of possibility. All right, sorry, I was just checking to see if we were on pace for game 2. Hopefully we will be soon. But if Tempest drops, like to me, if Tempest drops anywhere before, what's it called? Then if they drop anywhere before finals, I think it's a disappointment. They should be better than Friendly Fellas, and they should definitely be better than Fisher. Like, they need to make it. They're in Champ Select again. I once again don't get a spectator invite. Trevor lied to me in chat. Absolutely disrespectful. It's fine. I'll friends list again. But we'll have to cover drafts once they're done with it. Unfortunately. But they're at least in draft, so we will be there very shortly. This Aurora's mega fed. I just don't know if Aurora can win this game. That's all right. We'll be getting in soon. Once draft is over, we will be getting in. We got some call outs of some some Citadel staff members. There seems to be internal conflict as I brew fictitious stories that we can start running with. Anything to get more views on Twitch, right? But we should be in soon. Again, I think when I'm looking at this, series, or this game, like, Aurora's in a really good spot, right? But how does Aurora ever play these fights? I feel like it's just impossible. I feel like you'd have to be, like, so far and away the best player in the game. Again, as a reminder for anybody joining as of right now, they are in Champ Select. I got trolled by Trevor. He lied to me in chat. Told me I would get a spectator slot. I didn't get a spectator slot. So we gotta wait until draft is over, and then we'll be able to go over everything. We'll talk about draft. We'll be covering the game. Looks like this could be the end, though. Tempest just kind of wiping here. Nocturnal's kind of big, though. That was a really good Gragas ult. Victor's just too much damage. Good luck, dude. Still 1 for 3. But yes, if you are just joining us, we'll be there soon. We will be there. As soon as they're out of Champ Select and into game, we'll be able to jump in and get spectator delay. We'll be able to look at draft. The 2 teams that knocked us out. That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, these are, you know, every team left is phenomenal. You don't get to this part of the tournament if you're not great. All right, looks like they're in game. Let's jump over to spectate here. Okay, I can jump here. I can jump here. Let's talk about this draft. So once again, we've got PePeLaaLaa on blue, and we've got Citadel on red. It's going to be Zyra, Poppy, Jinx, Rell, Taliyah. So Poppy top lane with Zyra jungle, Taliyah mid, Jinx, and then Rell. And then it's going to be Gnar top, Sejuani jungle, Azir mid, Misfortune Rakan. These are very normal drafts for both of these teams. This is basically exactly what Citadel drafted in Game 2 earlier today against Respawn. I don't think that's bad at all. Sorry, as I talk about this, I'm going to type it in to my spreadsheet so I can talk about stats with you guys as we continue to go along. Yeah, I think this is like the draft you look for, right? Like, if you want comfort in these games. Especially when you're Citadel, like, you want to be able to just play things that you've been playing the entire tournament. These are about as comfort picks get in terms of how this tournament ends up going, so, you know, you feel okay on that front. You definitely feel okay on that front. One more second as I finish typing these guys in. Okay. As for what I think of these drafts, what do I think Citadel needs to do? Well, my first thought is you have Sejuani Azir, so you scale. Like, it's gonna be hard for me to imagine a world where you lose team fights late. Also, Tempest just took game number 1. Good for them. Let me keep this up. It's hard for me to imagine a world where you get outscaled at any point here. Like, MF Azir is very dangerous because if MF can chunk you out for at least a little bit, Azir's going to be able to win any fight from that point onwards, and you have so much engage if you're Citadel here. Like, you have, obviously, Rakan and Gnar are both, like, primary engages. You like blue side comp a little better, or a lot better. I love Taliyah mid, and I think Taliyah Zyra is going to dominate the early part of this game. I think that is... It's hard for Rakan Sedge to play into Zyra Taliyah. Yeah, that's what, yeah, for sure. Like, I think Taliyah is huge here. I think generally, you know, if anyone follows my YouTube channel, like, I'm very critical of teams when they pick Azir and leave something like Taliyah up, just because I feel like that is such a not forced error. You know what I mean? I feel like it's really difficult to imagine a world where that doesn't get punished as we transition in game now. But I agree with you. I think the Zyra is an issue as well. I think if you're Citadel, you're just hoping that you're better. Because if you are better and if you outplay the early game here, it's like actually doomed. Like, there's no way to play for PePeLaaLaa if they are able to get pressure. Given even side lanes into mid game, I think blue side wins. I agree with that. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I agree with that. Because again, I just think the ease of execution for late game teamfights is probably a bit easier for Citadel. Like, Rakan Gnar, I think, is just like, turn your brain off. Like, the later this game goes. I mean, Zyra obviously kind of makes that complicated, but maybe Rel is like the same, but it's just less. Oh, I gotta update the thing on OBS. My bad. Let me update this. Let me update this. Just got back. How we feeling about these drafts? Perfect timing. We were just talking about them. Sorry, I have to get YouTube chat up as well. And then I can sit here and I can start talking about the game. Okay, so to me, it's pretty easy to say that, I mean, Citadel front to back, I like their front to back. I like MF plus Azir. I think Sejuani Azir is obviously super easy to execute on in the late game, but the problem is like Zyra Talia, as has been pointed out, not only in chat, but, you know, I brought it up a little bit earlier. Like, Talia's gonna run this early game. I am very critical, if anybody follows my YouTube channel, of picking Azir into Talia or blind picking Azir with Talia up, because I think it's just such a difficult matchup to play out if you're the Azir. I think you have no way to control the pacing of the game, and Talia basically just runs the map. Talia, to me, is one of the most undervalued champions in the entire game at the current moment, because I do think she's like B1 caliber. I think it's very difficult to punish Talia in a lot of instances, at least at this level. And I think she will have pressure here. Zyra makes the engage from things like Rakan a lot more difficult the later this game ends up going. But I also think your front to back is a little bit harder to execute, because as much as you'd love to play around a Jinx late game, like Poppy Rel might not be enough to like fully keep her alive with the amount of flank potentials of like a Shuriman Shuffle or a Sejuani ultimate or a Gnar flank or Rakan like being somewhere, right? I hate watching MF, but it's an amazing pick in most drafts. Poppy looks a bit insane. This is a great Poppy game as well. That's definitely something to point out. But I agree. I think typically I would favor the team that has pressure, that is able to control tempo, and that's definitely PePeLaaLaa in this game. But if Citadel are able to win early, like genuinely, if they have gold leads going into the late game, like I just don't see how they lose this. I can't see a like if they're just better in lane, which they kind of have been throughout this entire tournament. Like they definitely were in game number 1. Like if they're able to get even like a modicum of leads going into the late game, I feel like they just win the game instantly. But we will see if I'm wrong about that. They've thrown better comps than this, so I say as they've not lost a single game on the lower side of the bracket. But a long-winded explanation way of saying Citadel needs to get a gold lead. Citadel get gold lead. I'll see how top plays out. If Gnar gets big lead, red side might have easier time. I agree. I mean, Philip got 3 solo kills in game number 1. And if even something close to that is happening, then it's kind of doomed. That's the only place I see elite accumulating. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think there's a way you can play out like a super aggro bot lane here. But I think it's definitely more difficult. Misfortune's not really the kind of champ you want to play around that with, so. But I imagine Philip is going to be up quite a bit of CS. Not only is he in a matchup that I think is totally fine for him early, but also he absolutely destroyed top lane last game. And there's really no reason to believe it wouldn't go different in a pretty similar matchup. He's getting chunked out a bit. Cookie Krook is going to look to potentially try and trade on the top side here. Philip's going to walk into the damage of the Poppy. That could be a big mistake there. But not going to be enough for him to be capitalized upon. Not a real great trade there, but the knockup is going to come down onto Boy Wonder. Instinct potentially a little far forward. Ignite is going to get dropped. Trevor going to be looking for the Rel, but it's just going to be a trade of summoners here. I say summoners, a summoner. Ignite dropped for the Rel, and that's about all we're going to get. Any Kalista Prio today? No Kalista Prio today. None at all. Honestly, I kind of get it. At least for the teams involved, I'm not sure any of them are really like Kalista teams. Even if I still love the champ. Lucy Instinct looking for the back. It is going to get interrupted. Unfortunate timing there. But things equalizing out a bit. Remember, Citadel is one of the bloodiest teams in the entire tournament, if not the bloodiest team in the entire tournament. This is a team with an 84 kill game under their resume so far. Like, they know exactly what they can do to take these skirmishes to the next level. And maybe I'm being a bit of a homer. You can accuse me of that in chat. I don't mind. I am the official Citadel co-stream, so I am definitely a little bit biased in this series. I'm not gonna lie. Thought Callista was gonna be like 80% pick ban going in. It's been insane how little it's been played. I think that there are just like Callista games become Callista games, and I think a lot of teams just don't want to opt into that, which kind of makes sense. I still think Callista's great, but from what I've heard talking to teams at this tournament, like I just think some teams just don't want to like bother trying to play around that. We do see Dragon Priority. I was going to say we see Dragon Priority going over to PePeLaaLaa, but it is going to be at least a little bit contested by Trevor here. He's at least going to make his presence known as it gets taken directly in front of him, but it will be Drake number 1 going over to PePeLaaLaa. It will be the Void Grubs going over to Armeo on the Sejuani. I hate to keep repeating myself every single game for Citadel, but they do this every game at the tournament. They value Void Grubs way more than First Dragon. Every single game, they are going for the 3 Void Grubs and allowing that first Drake to be taken, and then looking to try and contest or fight over number 2 or number 3. That once again continues to be a trend here. Philip going to continue to try and utilize that Rage Bar on the top side, and Armeo going to be taking those 3 Void Grubs and then just resetting on the top side of the map. Citadel definitely getting some leads in their lanes. Gnar has a pretty big advantage on the top side. We see a basically neutral lane in the mid lane, which is definitely in favor of Bradley. Armeo's a little bit up in terms of gold in the jungle, but nothing really noticeable there. For the most part, this gold lead that you see at the top of your screen, this 400 gold lead, 500 gold lead for Citadel is basically all on top lane. We're going to be seeing another little skirmish here by both Philip and Poppy. Just a pretty neutral exchange, all things considered. We're going to see Philip taking quite a bit of damage, but the longer these fights go, the better it's going to be for the Gnar, just in general. Again, he's building up that Rage Bar, but wave crashing. So the more those skirmishes go in favor of Gnar, the worse it's going to get for Poppy as we continue to move along. What I'm looking for from both junglers here, I think, is very different. I think Zyra has more of an onus, like I've said, to be more aggressive at this point in the game, and Philip's actually going to look for a potential full engage here. He's going to put the ult out, but it's going to be matched by a Poppy ultimate, and it will just be a trade of ours on each side for Philip and for Cookie Crook here. Bot lane continuing to just neutralize out. Again, this is a lane that Jinx doesn't necessarily need to have any sort of onus in, if you will. Just as we've been talking about, you know, Azir going neutral is very good for Citadel. If Jinx goes relatively neutral, that's very good for PePeLaaLaa, as she will just be more useful. The stun is going to come down. Trevor could be potentially too far forward, but the dash is going to come out. It's going to get over the traps. The flash ult going to come out from Boy Wonder. It's going to be met with the bullet time. It's not going to be enough damage to kill Trevor just yet. He's going to be ticking down, but we could see a potential dive coming in. The Jinx rocket is going to go wide. Dredo potentially looking, but they don't have the wave quite yet to be able to make it worth it. We will see if they want to continue on this play. Trevor is still very low, but he is stepping up, posturing aggressively. Armeo going to try to make a play on the top side here. This is exactly what they were doing in game number 1 and through the first series of the day, just punishing top lane. It's going to be the flash coming in, first blood, going over to the side of Armeo. And it's a 1-for-0 as the bot lane gets out. These are the exact kinds of plays that Citadel need to make in order to gain a lead in this game. And once again, it's very clean execution on a top lane dive from Armeo. We've seen that so many times today. Philip and Armeo just have phenomenal chemistry, and they are definitely showing that off. Bradley going to get a tower plate in the mid lane. But once again, we're seeing about a 1k gold lead for Citadel at around 9 minutes. I think a gold lead is definitely positive here for them. Certainly makes this late game a lot easier. But Sejuani picking up that kill certainly makes some of the skirmishes a lot more interesting. Building those tank stats, getting that first item completed on Sejuani is a pretty big deal. But we will see where Citadel want to put the rest of their priority. Philip has really taken center stage as kind of the main character today for Citadel. It continues here. And he continues to get big leads. It's a 20 CS lead in the top lane. He has that assist credit as well. So it is definitely going to be a big advantage for him there. Definitely a bit of a top gap in this series so far. We'll see if Cookie Crook can actually equalize that at any point. We do see some pings coming down into the mid lane. We will see if these teams want to prioritize grubs as much as they did in the previous game. PePeLaaLaa was more than happy to give over 6 Void Grubs to Citadel, really without any sort of, like, contention. They basically got them for free in game number 1. I doubt that they do that again in game number 2. Azira's had pushed this whole game, which is a bit weird, right? Yeah, I mean, it's a little weird. Like, I think Taliyah should be being more aggressive. At least that's how I always like to play these out. But we will see if she ends up doing that right now, as Void Grubs are going to be on the map. And once again, it looks like PePeLaaLaa is more than happy to give all 6 of those Void Grubs over to Citadel without any sort of contest. Not really what I expected from this team. I do think that Void Grubs are pretty important in this game, but the Dragon will be the priority. Instead, second Dragon and the Dragon stacking is definitely going to be the idea here for blue side, for PePeLaaLaa. Things are coming down. Trevor and Instinct not going to get caught out here by the Taliyah in the mid lane, but it will be Dragon taken. We do see the smite coming down. The ultimate's going to follow. The bullet time will land, and the combo is true. Unfortunately, the flash is there. Toothbooth will be able to flash out. The Dragon will go down. The teleport will come in to kind of dissuade the rest of this play from the Poppy, but still a lot burned on the side of Citadel for not really a lot of gain. Both Armeo and Instinct kind of popping their ultimates there, not really coming up with much. That being said, you still got Taliyah flash. Certainly something that could be expendable later. We do see Trevor potentially getting caught out here by a level 9 Poppy. Not the situation he wants to be in, but Instinct could be the target next, and in fact, he will be. He's going to be too far forward. He's going to get stunned up, and Dredo will be able to pick up the kill. That's a really nice find and a really big overextension from Instinct. He's had a couple of those today, but once again, it gets taken advantage of. Philip continues to have pressure and prio on the top of the map. This gold lead continues to grow. This CS differential is absolutely ginormous. We're looking at a 30 CS diff in the top lane now for Philip. The Poppy lost a double stacked wave for that TP. Yeah, that was a brutal play. We actually see Bradley looking for the solo kill here. Ooh, Toothbooth just barely going to be able to get out of there with the Taliyah ultimate. It looked like that was going to be a surefire solo kill for Bradley to pick off the Taliyah. That would have been an absolute disaster for PePeLaaLaa, but turns around. Trevor might have gone a little bit too deep with the Hex Gates here, but doesn't look like he's going to be in any sort of actual real danger. He's got Bradley here just in case. Actually, Jinx is getting chunked out quite a bit under this tower by both Bradley and Trevor. Rel could potentially be looking for something more aggressive here. Doesn't look like she wants to try and take any risks. Blue Wonder has certainly not been scared to try and make some plays throughout the beginning part of this series. Philip now. Just continuing to poke out Kuki Krug on this Poppy. This is definitely turned into a brutal top lane series for PePeLaaLaa in general. Of course, getting solo killed 3 times in game number 1. And going down once again in CS here. Toothbooth could once again be in a rough spot. The Sejuani ultimate is going to go wide, but it doesn't matter. Too much damage is put down. Instinct is going to be able to pick up the kill with the bullet time, but Bradley could be in a much worse spot here. He's just going to glide his way out of there. Will be able to survive. Still a lot burned once again. 3 ultimates burned for Taliyah's life, but definitely still worth it. The ultimate for Poppy is going to get interrupted, and she will continue to take quite a bit of damage. Philip potentially getting collapsed upon onto the top side. He actually jumps in looking for some damage onto the Poppy, but Dredo is here. The knockup's going to come through. The Zyra ultimate will combo it. It's a really nice gank coming in from Dredo, who's had a pretty good early game here. It's a kill over specifically to the Poppy, which is very important to allow her to catch back up in terms of the gold. They're pinging out Armeo on the top side of the map. They understand that this is not a safe space for them anymore. And a really nice play made by PePeLaaLaa to be able to pull some gold back. Obviously, the gold lead's still in favor of Citadel, but it's not quite as large as maybe you would want at this point in the game. That being said, I still do like their ability to be able to team fight in the late game. Sejuani Azir just makes it so simple to play front to back. Depending on how fed this Zyra ends up getting, though, that could get a little bit more complicated. But we'll see what Philip can do on the Gnar. He does have a lot of the resources and a lot of the gold lead here for Citadel, but it does look like the pings are coming down. They do want to try and make a play. Dragon not spawning for another minute and a half, and so definitely not a forced issue here. Instinct could potentially be in another rough spot. He does have to flash out. Once again, just a little bit too far forward without really any sort of protection coming in from the side of Citadel. The flash engage is going to come out from Rel. The stun is going to come up, and the damage will come through. Instinct is down. The blue team will claim the feats of warfare after picking up the kill onto Misfortune in the mid lane. Once again, a really nice play to make. Philip, unfortunately for PePeLaaLaa, they will not be getting first turret. It's actually Bradley in the bot lane who ends up picking up first turret. Philip ends up grabbing a turret on the top side as well, but they will trade for the mid-tier 1. Still, a nice play for them to be able to pull something back. Losing 2 towers is not entirely worth it for that play, but definitely something to consider. Philip and Bradley kind of pushing forward their gold leads. This Taliyah has basically been a non-factor so far this game. A lot of resources have gone into taking Taliyah out of it. Bradley's done a really good job at not only staying in this game, but generating a lead himself in the mid lane. He's up about 20 CS here. Herald is spawned, and we do see Dragon coming up in about 20 seconds. That's definitely going to be the main thing. Slayer, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. But game number 2 is certainly looking tense. Cal, thanks for the follow. You guys are killing it right now. Fraud Slayer? No, man. Better late than never. Better late than never. Dang, we're all coming in. Sora, thank you so much for the follow as well. But we continue to move along. 16 minutes. Herald looks like it's going to be the priority for PePeLaaLaa here. Hextech Drake's going to come down, and everybody is following here. Prince, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We do see Boy Wonder clearing out some wards. Herald is going to go over to the side of PePeLaaLaa. That's actually another thing with Citadel. They've really not prioritized Rift Herald at all throughout the entirety of this tournament run. They definitely traded it to stop the dragon stacking in this one, which is definitely a worthwhile trade. But about a 1k gold lead here. About a 500 gold lead. No, not quite 1k. Still, a situation where I would expect this game to continue to be in favor of Citadel, not only because of their experience in terms of the team fighting in the back half of these games, but because I do think their comp is suited for 5v5s. Follow train indeed. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. But Bradley, with his characteristic giant CS lead, as he's had basically throughout the entire tournament, he's very consistently been able to get these leads, especially around this time, but Bill could potentially be collapsed upon here. Trevor is in the area. Armeo also potentially in a bad predicament here as he's going to get taken down by the Rel, and just as all of this is happening, Bradley attempting to get a solo kill on the bot side. Armeo getting lower and lower. Trevor trying to peel them off. The teleport is going to come in. Trevor going to use his knock-up and ultimate to be able to disengage. Teleport not going to be able to get anybody. Philip and Armeo are both going to be able to make it out alive, and despite all of the conflict, all of the combat happening around the map, it's actually going to be a 0 for 0. Nobody falling. Just a lot of resources burned from both sides, and no objectives to capitalize. But very important to note, no summoners for Jinx. That's definitely something that you can take advantage of if you are Citadel. Neither Flash nor Cleanse up for that champion at this point. We'll see where they want to put a lot of their attention there. Otacon is about 1:25 away. That will be the next major objective on the map. Trevor just gonna try to get as much vision as possible, but looks like they want to try to corral the bottom side of the map here. Philip actually just gonna full ult the Poppy here. Obviously doesn't have enough damage to be able to take down Poppy. It's not the 3 solo kill game he had in game number 1, but still a pretty big lead for Philip on the top side once again. Less than a minute away from Otacon. Philip with teleport available. Will have the ultimate available as well. If they do just want to full engage on a fight around 20 minutes. We've seen Citadel delay Otacon quite a bit throughout this tournament, so I imagine that will be the call once again here, but you never really know. 1k gold lead for them, going into what we would consider the early part of the late game. Once again, Bradley just continuing to push in on the bottom side. This Taliyah has had absolutely no pressure and no priority throughout this entire game. Armeo gonna look to Shadow. And Philip continues to just get everything he wants on the top side, including the red buff. Actually, will be the knock-up landing here on Jinx, but Trevor could have gone a little bit too far forward. He's gonna get comboed down. The Sejuani ultimate will come through, and the combo with the bullet time will follow up. It's going to be a kill, a shutdown onto Armeo. It's a 1-for-1 for now, but picking up the Jinx is very valuable, especially getting that shutdown gold. Bradley's going to make his way back down to the bottom side of the map. Fortunately for him, Tooth Booth will definitely still be there, but overall a pretty decent exchange for Citadel. A 1-for-1 isn't too bad. Getting that shutdown onto Armeo is solid. They're definitely happy to get him a bit tankier and you're definitely happy to get Jinx into a worse predicament in general. We could potentially see a dive here. I say a dive as Bradley sets up the turret. Boy Wonder definitely realizing, maybe this isn't the play to go for. Trevor is in the area, definitely here to kind of shadow or cover. Some supportal combat coming in, but the rest of PePeLaaLaa is here. This is a 2v4, which Trevor might have overextended in. He's going to try and get out. The dash will be successful, and in fact, both of them will be able to survive. All the while, Otacon is being taken on the top side of the map here by Citadel. This is a fantastic pull of resources. Bradley continues to draw so much attention on the bot side, and he's basically unkillable on that Azir in this game. And once again, it's just a lot of target prioritization coming in. Target prioritization problems for PePeLaaLaa that they just can't overcome. Ruinous Otacon will go over to the side of Citadel. And the gold lead continues to get bigger. I know we talk about this with Citadel a lot, but every single time you look at the gold graph, it always seems to get larger and larger. Gnar with a very big CS lead on the top side. Bradley with a very big CS lead in the mid lane. Even with Misfortune not being in nearly as good of a position as the Jinx on the other side of this, I still think you're looking at this game state as pretty positive overall for Citadel. But obviously, it all comes down to who's going to execute better in these 5v5s. We're certainly not looking at a game that's out of control for either team just yet. It's actually going to be Armeo looking to be a little bit more aggressive onto Poppy, but just trying to trade back. Understands that neither of them can kill each other. It's a wet noodle fight. Dragon will be secured here by Citadel. It doesn't even look like it's going to be a remote contest, although the Jinx Rocket certainly makes it a lot more interesting than it should have been. But it will be second Dragon going over to Citadel. They are stacking Hextech Drakes here. Both teams sitting at 2. Rift Herald in the bot lane will just be taken down. Bradley going for a little bit of a flashy play to get those Raptors. Very funny to see that. Armeo. So now what I'm looking for from both of these teams, I think really at the end of the day, if Citadel can get a big fight, that's probably going to be in their favor. They do have a gold lead right now, and I think things become a little bit easier if they can find a nice pick for themselves. That being said, Philip is going to get denied this tier 2, at least for now. Is going to be able to just jump back over the wall and should be able to get it on this wave. So it shouldn't be too big of a problem. It's going to go Mega here. This could actually be a bit of a problem for Cookie Crook. Tower's going to fall. Mega's going to come out, but Poppy's just going to be able to run away. Shouldn't be any chase down there. But like I said, what I think I'm looking for both of these teams is I really do believe that a fight benefits Citadel at the current moment. I think if you are able to catch out someone like Zyra in particular, that's going to be absolutely massive for the state of this game. Baron spawns in under 2 minutes. That's definitely going to be the next major objective that these teams are looking at. Dragon Soul is quite a ways away, still 3.5 minutes away from third Drake for either of these teams, and that's not even Soul, so Soul win condition doesn't necessarily look like it's going to be the utmost priority in this game. Baron likely going to be of a higher ilk in terms of which these teams prioritize. Tooth Boots taking a lot of damage from Bradley. Once again sets up his Sun Disc turret to keep himself safe, but he's going to get full comboed here by Taliyah and Zyra, and he's just going to get shut down. The CC chain coming in, the amount of damage that those two can put out is absolutely ridiculous, and Bradley just not respecting it, getting locked down immediately and just falling. Obviously, Bradley's first death of the game. They've been looking for him over and over again. They've not been able to find him, but could they look to combo this onto a kill onto Armeo? He does flash over the wall. The seismic shove's not going to be enough to get him back over. He's so tanky. Going to be difficult to take him down quickly. The ult is going to land onto the Poppy, but Armeo's by himself. The bullet time's going to land on absolutely no one, and the shutdown will go in favor of the Taliyah. It's a 2 for 0. And all of a sudden now, PePeLaaLaa, who was not looking in that great of a spot, is right back into this game. Big play there for PePeLaaLaa. Remember, if they lose this game, they are eliminated from the tournament. This is an elimination game for them. Mid-game, not easy to play for Citadel. Completely agree. You got to be very careful here. So much damage, so much lockdown. You got to be very safe. It's actually easier to just press buttons on the left side. I agree for now. I agree for now, for sure. I think a big turning point on how the rest of this game goes is how much of this gold goes on the Jinx. Trevor could potentially be overextended here. It's going to get stunned up, but no ultimates left, or ultimate just coming up now for Zyra, so no way to actually punish or capitalize. Still a gold lead for Citadel, but absolutely correct. Things did get a lot more difficult for them after that series of events. You needed to try and flex your gold muscles throughout mid-game here, and unfortunately that just isn't going to be the case. A couple of things not going your way, but still a lot to look forward to for Citadel. Definitely super biased. Definitely kind of a homer. But I am the Citadel co-streamer. I have to be at least a little bit biased. Trevor. Again, potentially caught out here. It's just going to be him and Boy Wonder. Once again, he's got the safety of the Rakan to be able to dash out. Could potentially look for something over the wall here, but I think that might be a little ambitious. Ends up not going for it. The posturing now coming in from both of these teams. Baron has spawned. Dragon is up in 45 seconds. They should play Karthus into Zyra like me, easy. Yeah, true. Armeo Karthus would go crazy. Teleport is going to be coming in. We could look for a really aggressive play from Citadel here. Bradley not going to get here quite in time. It's actually going to be the answer in the teleport coming in from the Poppy. We could be seeing a full engage here. Trevor going to try to get everything. The bullet time is actually going to land across the entire fight. It's a really nice ultimate, but two are going to get Poppy ulted out, and the damage is gone. Philip is trying to make his way into the back end of the fight, but Armeo is going to be the first one taken down. Philip is not quite mega yet. The seismic shove will not land, but another really interesting fight, a 1-for-0 in favor of PePeLaaLaa. Great Poppy ultimate, agree. Huge Poppy ultimate to get a lot of that damage out of the fight. I mean, completely neutralized everything. Philip potentially looking for something here, but he might have been a little bit over eager. Could be caught out. Bradley gonna look to try to salvage this. Instinct is actually gonna flash forward to look for the double up. Is not able to land enough damage. The burn is ticking down on Jinx, but it will not be enough. She will survive. Rakan just has to completely cheese a flank. Yeah, I mean, I think it's possible. I think that there are multiple... I think if Gnar can get into some really good positions here as well. I think that Poppy ultimate was gigantic, and if that happens again, that is a problem for Citadel. I also think that they could be more aggressive in looking for these picks as well. We've seen multiple times where we could be capitalizing on Boy Wonder and Dredo potentially being by themselves. It doesn't really seem like Citadel want to look for those engages. It doesn't really seem to be a priority for them here. 3 dragons, though, over to the side of Citadel. They are 1 away from Soul. That is still a very strong win condition for them. At the very worst, they can play for Elder. But now 3 kills over to the Talia. She has completely gotten back into the game after what felt like a pretty miserable mid-game from her. Trevor once again, potentially a little far forward, but... Citadel getting the Drake after losing was big. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Continuing that dragon stacking is pretty massive for them. Especially because they've gotten all 3 Hex Drakes. And it will just be a neutralizing set. Despite everything we've talked about, we are still looking at a situation where Citadel's gold lead has grown over the past 5 minutes. Up to about 2K. There will be mid-tower falling here, mid-tier 1. The map is now officially wide open. But it actually is going to be the flash over the wall coming in from Boy Wonder. He's going to land immediately onto Bradley, who will be taken down. The Talia is going to try to get into the backline. Armeo going to try to disengage with the ultimate. Trevor looking to potentially try and get these guys out, but do they have enough speed to be able to disengage this? It looks like they do for now, but Baron is going to be started up. Inhibitor is being taken, though. Philip is in the base. He has taken the bot lane inhibitor by himself. Baron is being taken down, but Philip is actively on Nexus turrets. The bullet time comes from over the wall. It's a really nice stopwatch from Dredo to negate a lot of the damage, but Trevor actually takes down the Jinx. Their main damage dealer is gone, and this Baron was started, and it's stopped by 3 members. All the while, Philip continues to take the Nexus turrets in the base. The game might be over. Trevor continues to buy time. Armeo chasing down Dredo. The back is going to land for Poppy, but Armeo's going to pick up a kill here onto Dredo. The Nexus is getting lower and lower. Philip with an ult to try and buy as much time as possible. He's actually 1v2ing. He survives, but only for so long. The shutdown will come through. Absolutely ridiculous. Boy Wonder will fall here. Trevor going to try to stay alive. Instinct going to be able to pick up that kill. And with all of the commotion that has been created, Baron is now on the table for Citadel. An absolutely unbelievable play, not only from the team of Citadel, but from Philip to understand, hey, they're not checking me. I'm going to take the game here. It opens up so much. Citadel alone is able to take the 3v5 in the Baron pit. Really impressive stuff. Macro gap indeed. Macro gap indeed. Absolutely brutal. And now the base is wide open, so... You look away for 3 minutes. Yeah, absolutely unreal play there. Hey, if you can't find those flank angles, if you can't find those perfect fights, why take them in the first place? Towers win you games, right? Really good stuff from Citadel. Happy to see that they're looking for out-of-the-box ways to continue to win. That being said, like a Gnar split push where he's not getting, you know, answered is not out of the box. It's more so on PePeLaaLaa, but, you know, they can win through more than just team fights. Blue side should lose soul. They have no flashes. Exactly. I completely... Yes. Yes. Indeed. Yes. We'll see what happens here. Minute 15 on Drake. I think Soul ends this game. Top lane tier 2 is going to fall. Again, relatively for free. Bradley and Philip are basically unstoppable as a duo at the moment. This is a 4-item Gnar. Looks like mid tier 2 is in the danger zone as well. They don't want to full commit to it. In fact, they will full commit to it with Instinct walking up to make sure that they get the Baron on those minions. Bradley's going to TP down into the bot lane. They are setting up. They're likely going to look to try to end here. If that doesn't work, they always have the soul as the other option. But any mistakes from PePeLaaLaa at this point forward will be the game. Any overextensions, any catch-outs, that will be it. They understand the situation that they're in, and they are playing as respectfully as they possibly can, but it will be mid lane inhibitor tower that is the next target here. We could potentially see the engage. Armeo is by himself in the base, but he's got Bradley. Look, coming through. Will be mid inhibitor turret dropping. Dragon up in 5 seconds. That will now be the target. This is Soul, but there's absolutely no way to contest this. They are stuck inside their own base. They have no summoners to be able to compete here. This should be a free dragon take for Citadel. A free Soul. Trevor is going to block the Jinx ultimate. Not going to leave it up to chance this time. And it will be Hex Soul going over to Citadel. And that really puts a big capstone on their ability to be able to play out a lot of these fights. It just takes one big moment in order to completely change the game, and that's what Citadel did. They succeeded in the one big moment, and now they are looking like they're just a couple of minutes away from moving on to round number 8, from being only 2 series away from making the NACL. And PePeLaaLaa, they're in the danger zone. They gotta be able to step it up now or never. If they lose this game, as a reminder, they are eliminated from the tournament in this best of 3. So it is do or die for both of these teams. And it is Citadel with all the control in the world. No real way for PePeLaaLaa to leave base here. The more these minions end up crashing in, the more pressure that Citadel is able to generate alongside this Hexol, the more difficult it's going to become for PePeLaaLaa to be able to continue. They do have quite a bit of frontline, at least a little bit of wave clear to be able to deal with this, but it's going to be mid lane inhibitor that is currently the target by Armeo. They have to be very careful of Bradley here. One Shuriman shuffle and the game is over. It's going to be the flash engage here coming in from the Rel, but it's not going to land. Bullet time will land on top of Dredo. The Zyra getting very, very low. The Rel will be the first to drop. Bradley going to be able to pick up the kill there, but it's actually a 1v1 happening on the top side that's going in favor of the Taliyah, but does it even matter? The rest of Citadel is sieging the base down. Taliyah ultimate might be able to cut off their escape, and Bradley might be a little bit too far forward. He's going to have to pop the stopwatch, but he's in a dangerous spot. The Jinx traps are going to come down, and they're going to be able to take down the Azir, but at what cost? The Misfortune ends up absolutely obliterating PePeLaaLaa, and that is going to be the game. Philip taking tower shots for fun here as we continue to move on. And that's going to be your lot. They're going to chase down the Poppy here. They're not looking to win. They're looking to embarrass them. The inhibitor ends up getting destroyed. Instinct alone in the base. Cookie Crook is by himself as this Poppy. He's not going to be able to escape this torment. They do not want to settle for just a game win. They want to settle for utter devastation, and that's what they've got. A 2-0 victory for Citadel. Big, big win for Citadel Gaming. Big, big win. Big, big win. For the kids. Good guys win. Indeed, indeed. Good guys win. All right, let's check in on the other game here. Just curious what's happening here. We're getting a replay. We'll see if Tempest is close. Yep, it looks like they've got a little bit of a lead, although this game is close. It's currently 1-0. The Citadel team is like the Mavs coming to play in March Madness. Yeah. Yeah, it's brutal watching these guys like turn it on at certain points in the game. They are crazy talented. No one should feel ashamed to lose to them. These guys are ridiculous. Like, the fact that they're here and the fact that they've been in the lower bracket is absurd. Darkwing's picking up that solo kill there. Things are looking good for Tempest here. All right, we're probably going to call the stream there. I appreciate it. Nice 2-0 win. I'm going to go to the BRB screen. We're going to look for someone to raid here. We're going to look for someone to raid real quick. Let's see here. All right, what do you guys think of going to, Tempest is still playing. What do you guys think of Manui? What do we think of going to Manui? I think that sounds like a good idea. I think that sounds like a good idea. If Tempest wins, it's them versus Friendly Fellas. Indeed it is. What do we think about going to Manui? Manui raid. PePeLaaLaa raid. All right. Well, be sure to tell him hi after the game, because he can't look at it right now. But I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you sticking around, and I hope you enjoyed. We'll be back tomorrow for the rest of Citadel's games. Hopefully, it's only 5. Hopefully, we get the 2-0 and then the 3-0 and them in the NACL. But we'll be back tomorrow. And for now, go say hi to Manui. Go say hi to Manui. Have a good night, everybody.